Good Friday, everybody. Happy Friday to everyone. KJ here. We are into day 13 of testimony in the Lori Daybell trial. Uh, we have gone all this week with a roller coaster of different emotions. We have found out things together. And I'm just so thankful that the Rays have stuck with me through all this time. Nate Eaton says it's Friday and today court will be held 8:30 a.m. until 1:30 p.m. with no lunch break. So that's 2 hours of testimony we will not get today, y'all. Now, Samantha Gwilliam, Tammy Daybell's sister, will be back on the stand to start the day. And y'all remember yesterday, some of her testimony, there was a little bit of, you kind of wondered why Chad wanted to send his wife by herself to visit with family not long before she was murdered. I think the Rays and I pretty well know what that is all about. So good morning, everyone. Miss DMC, we do recover. American Pie, Private 91, Direbite PR, Carrie Ann, PJ Keith, 1979 ACR, April Gann, B. Belinda, Gloria Fritz, Julie Cole, Stephanie S.G., Tanya C. Good morning, y'all. Audrey Jensen, Betsy's Barn, Melissa Krantz. Good morning, y'all. Diana McDonald, Miss Milky the Clown 1, Daughter of Scotland, Vintage Mom of 3, Little Lady Di, Janelle Murphy, Rita Lou, Lisa Fisher, C. Peeps, Shannon Kimmett, Bryn Marshall, Jolene May, hello, Cynthia Meyer, Kelly Cantrell, Zoe Archer, Deborah Tutela, Kathy Barella, Chada Huffman, Jackie Beardsley, Regina Carter, Ashley Shannon, Ronnie Gilmore, Paisley Dreams, Sue Chica, Detective's Daughter, good morning, Kim Nix, y'all, we're going to get some more out of Samantha William this morning. Until these witnesses for the state really get into things, specifically with these cult members or family members that do have to take the stand, you really don't know what it is they're trying to show the jury. Now, Larry and Kay Woodcock are here in the courtroom. He says this week has been very rough, especially for Kay. And y'all, let's keep the victims' family members in our thoughts and prayers. Cresha K. Easton of Difficult Research. You can find her on YouTube. Folks, these family members, all these victims' family members are going through this testimony. And although it hurts us and it's emotional for us, you gotta know this is absolutely devastating. Now, bailiff is reviewing courtroom conduct rules with the audience. Lori Hussey Daybell is dressed in black today. Prosecutors and defense attorneys are in the courtroom ready to go. And you know what, y'all? I'm not going to say that everyone that wears black, because, black is a really classic color, but Lori is far from classic. I guess she had to wear black today to match her black ass heart. That's what I'm talking about. And with that said, when we're talking about the queen there, the freaking damn warrior beyond the millennia, y'all, in 6 days, next Thursday, May the 4th, Tammy Daybell's birthday, Chad Daybell is having a scheduling conference. We are going to get a court date for him. I really believe it. I don't believe they're just going to go in there and talk about stuff and not have a court date. So, let's get set. Let's get ready for what is more testimony from Samantha William, along with who else? And guess what, y'all? There's not going to be a lunch hour. And Lori's, she's going to have to wait for her damn sack lunch. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, Judge Boyce is on the bench and the jurors are being brought in. Good morning, McJett. Good morning, all of y'all. Margaret Nissan Gray. Well, Margaret's, I think I kind of doubled up on the allergy medicine because I know it makes me drowsy before I went to bed last night. And I think I'm doing a little bit better. I'm not snotting everywhere. I apologize, y'all had to hear me blow my nose yesterday. But oh, KJ, she gets these allergies. We've got this crazy ass weather here in Tennessee. From one day to the next, it's been raining the last couple of days. But you know what? I have a strong commitment to the Rays on here. They were there for me all this 2 whole years, and OKJ's going to be there for them. Fiona, I don't think I've really got a throat problem. It's all in my sinuses. But anyway, we don't want to talk about that. Good morning, Cindy K, Angela, Ashley, Shannon. Well, we're so glad you're here, Ashley, Shannon. Corey Joe, how sweet. So, you know, all of y'all could be anywhere you want to be today. There's 50 million YouTube channels. So I am very honored that you're here, and I am amazed at all of you. You've had some really good comments. I can always depend on the Rays. They've always helped me along. They've always educated me, been there for me, accepted me. Good morning, Maryland Pastor. B. Belinda, Bama Cat. Bonnie Lee says hello from Pennsylvania. Good morning, all of y'all. I'm glad y'all are here. We're going to get started, y'all. Samantha William, I mean, what more can she tell us? What healthy inferences, y'all, can we get from her testimony? The state puts their case together, and they, you know, y'all know what we've had to go over since yesterday. I'm not going to recap any of that. Rays on here. We're going to get together Saturday evening. Look for my live stream announcement. I'm going to post it this afternoon. We'll get together and we'll go over some of this stuff, okay? So, I mean, that's a lot to take in this week. Many of us went and listened to the audio last night, filled in some of those little pieces of the puzzle. And, you know, I'm just telling y'all, this case has ate my lunch. Good morning, Okie Dokie. Good morning, Crochet and Bammy. Good morning, Jennifer Dressel. I really appreciate y'all being here. Again, we're only going till 1:30 Idaho time. In other words, what I'm saying is there's not going to be a lunch break, and we will be minus 2 hours of testimony this afternoon. So I guess in some ways, maybe that works out for some of y'all. You got things you got to get ready for over the weekend. I'm sure many of y'all got plans that y'all got to deal with over the weekend, and this case, Monday through Friday, has absolutely, I just absolutely didn't have no idea that this was how it was going to lay out for all of us and unfold. Good morning, Jill Schneider. Good morning. Happy Friday. Oh, also, let me just say this once again, because many of y'all know, Rays, y'all got a lot of answers to some of these questions, to some of the people that are maybe starting to follow this case. Please help OKJ out. If you see someone's question in the comment, KJ, this isn't a show. This is just an open channel. I don't have mods or anything like that, which reminds me, if you see any bots, you see any crap, you see anything like that, ignore it, report it, or block it, okay? Please do that for OKJ. And happy birthday, Trevor. Somebody's letting me know Trevor's got a birthday. Well, Sherilyn, I'm your neighbor here in North Carolina, says Sherilyn. Well, I've got some very close, almost soul sisters, Candace and my friend Jenny. My husband Wayne and I took a trip to North Carolina to spend time with them. The Rays came along. I love Candace and my friend Jenny. They're the sweetest, most loving people that you'll ever know. And their families, their extended families, are absolutely incredible. Everybody, we are waiting on Nate Eaton. Hello, Seeking Justice. J.M. Rudd says Candace is having a birthday on Monday. Well, I have Candace will text me every now and then, and she told me, she said, you just keep on moving forward, KJ, because I didn't know I was going to do this. I didn't. And then when I got with the Rays on that opening statement stuff, And then I thought, well, I might as well just keep going a little bit and see how it goes. And she sent me a text and she said, you got to keep moving forward, KJ. You just got to keep, she was there. And so I love Candace and I love Jenny. Now, Samantha William is back on the stand. Fremont County Prosecuting Attorney Lindsay Blake is questioning her. Oh, does he, Cindy K? Nate's got his wife Erica with him. She's such a beautiful woman, so supportive and loving. Their little family's so beautiful. And Justin has a beautiful family too. Justin Lum. Okay, a photo of Tammy Daybell is shown on the big screen. Blake reminds the jury that Samantha and Tammy were the only two girls in their family. They saw each other every day. Samantha says Tammy and Chad moved to Idaho at the end of the school year, and the following school year, Tammy found a job in the school system. And Samantha says she loved working with students. Good morning, CDM and MM and Carolyn A. and all of y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here. Good morning, Just Looking. Oh, I'm sure Lori ain't going to look at that picture of Tammy Daybell, because if she did, she'd have to dang accept that Tammy was more woman than she'll ever be. You know it. You damn well know it. Now, Tammy was talented in computers. She helped one of her schools get a new computer lab. Samantha recalls that Tammy had been sick with depression a few years prior to her passing, but 2 weeks before she died, Tammy looked very healthy. She did not look sick at all, says Samantha. When Tammy had been sick before, she spoke with Samantha about it. On the visit 2 weeks before she died, Tammy never mentioned that she felt sick at all. Yes, Vix text, pray for the Douglas family. That's Tammy's family. Princess says, rest in peace, Tammy. Jess says, seeking justice. Good morning, Debbie Bukes. Rest in peace, Tammy Douglas says, it's just Robbie. Teresa Moore's giving lots of hearts. Right, CIM. I'd be depressed too if I was married to that damn asshole. I'm telling y'all, that man is disgusting. I mean, if he can come out and do all this, it was in him all along, y'all. He just couldn't act on it. And we don't know what he's actually done that's never been discovered, if you know what I mean. Now, Tammy died on a Saturday, and her funeral was Tuesday. Samantha says it was really quick. She asked Chad why the funeral was happening so quick, and he said that's what Tammy would have wanted to avoid all the fuss. Well, let's just put this in perspective. If Chad is going to call the funeral home in Arizona for that damn hussy and pretend to be an Iowa nephew named Chad Daybell checking for prices, I'm sure that he wanted to save some money so he could spend it on his hooker. She asked Chad why they were burying Tammy in Springville rather than in Rexburg, where her husband and kids lived. And he said that he thought it would be better if she was down there because it's cold in Rexburg and they wouldn't get to visit her as much. What the hell's that? I mean, if they're living in Rexburg, he could visit her in Rexburg. I mean, what are we saying here? Let me just say that again. He said that he thought it would be better if she was down there in Springville, Utah, because it's cold in Rexburg and they wouldn't get to visit her as much. Oh, he means Samantha and her extended family. Okay, I misunderstood that. It's kind of hard to understand sometimes when you're dealing with tweets here. But what about Chad and his kids? Oh, I'm sure he wanted Tammy away out of his new life with Lori any way that he can so he don't have to be reminded that he's a damn murderer. Samantha says some family members weren't able to come to the funeral because it happened so quickly. She says the summer before Tammy died, Chad seemed more distant and was very different. Samantha says, we didn't know what was going on. Right, Paisley Dreams. Great point. Thank God Tammy was not cremated. I'm surprised, really. But I think maybe Chad, he knew that if he went that route, it would look even worse on him. Let's keep in mind, y'all, nobody wants to say it, but I will. They did show Tammy in all white when they took her and exhumed her body. And that is in her religion, they bury their women in white. Yeah, it's just Robbie says they believe they need their bodies preserved for when Jesus comes back. And speaking, it's just Robbie talks about cremation is not part of what they believe. Debbie, I didn't know that. Debbie Bugh says that Tammy was wearing her glasses and everything. And by the way, Linda Keneal, as you bring that up, the bottom line is when Chad has his scheduling conference here next Thursday, are they going to allow cameras in the courtroom for that? Or are we going to have to deal with more audio crap? Because I think that damn asshole needs to be on camera. That's what I think. After hearing what I've heard this week, knowing there's no damn way that Alex Cox did all of that to Tylee by himself. There's no way. And you take that and you put that aside and look at the graves. Tammy learned Chad was remarried 1 month to the day of Tammy's passing. And Samantha says, you don't get married 4 weeks after you just buried your wife of almost 30 years. You just don't do that. Samantha says that then they learned that Chad remarried 2 weeks after Tammy's death, and we were devastated. Chad told Samantha that his new wife's name, y'all, was Lori Ryan, and her previous husband had a heart attack. They were both grieving the passing of their spouses, is what Chad had told Samantha. As any good sister did, I went to the internet to see who this woman was. I discovered Lori's name was tied to Vallow, and it brought up newspaper articles about a man in Arizona who had been shot in his own home by his brother-in-law. I took that to my husband and I said, I think this is the same woman he married. He didn't die of a heart attack. Can you believe this, Eminem? It is laughable, Olive. These people are, I mean, what did they think? I mean, did they really think that people were just going to say, okay? Samantha found an obituary for Charles and a comment Kay Woodcock left that said, we will take care of JJ. After learning there were children involved, Samantha said to Chad, please tell me about this woman you replaced my sister with. And Chad responded that Lori had a hard life and they were trying to stay away from the stigma of what had happened to her. Samantha asked if Chad and Lori would be raising kids together, And you know what Chad tells Samantha? He's told me no. There's no children, and they were going to be empty nesters. Ding, 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 ding. Guilty, 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 guilty. Good morning, Sunny D. Pam says these people are liars. All right, well, that says it all, y'all, because Lindsay Blake has no further questions, and Jim Archibald will be cross-examining Samantha. Right, Trevor, wow. He's telling Tammy's sister there are no children, we're empty nesters. There are no children. What I would like to know is when that happened. What date was that? It had to be after Tammy's murder. It had to be at least, a month after Tammy's funeral or something to that effect. Now, Archibald asked that Samantha be handed a copy of Tammy's obituary. He asked who wrote it, and Samantha said she wrote it with some of her family members. Samantha says Chad had given us some information, but myself and my parents had put it together. All right, Lollipop Guild. Lori's had such a hard life. Well, I'll tell you what. If Lori's faced any adversity, if Lori had any crappy things going on in her life, she caused every damn bit of it herself. She was a walking, talking, freaked out drama queen. That's what she was. Right, Margaret. Nissan Gray. Lori had a hard life going through 5 husbands. I'm sure she was pretty wore out, y'all. That stuff probably was flapping around by then. She probably had to roll it up. I can't help but get the visual, y'all. It's... Ugh. Good morning, Sharon. Oh my goodness. Y'all have some of the most wittiest and funniest. Trevor Levesque says, the abyss. Hello, 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 hello. I want to get in you, Lori, Lori, Lori. Lovely Libra says, a ticking time bomb for sure. Flicking them nickels, says Stacy B. Y'all were waiting on a refresh. Echo chamber, says Lollipop Guild. April Gans says flapjack. Good morning, Norma. Happy Friday. Vix Tex, I don't know what they think right today, the kids of Chad Daybell. I know they went on that freaking 48 hours or whatever and was taking up for their dad and said this was all Lori and Alex framing their dad. But they do say in that interview that their dad didn't tell them that Lori had kids. Now, the obituary says Tammy died peacefully in her sleep, y'all. Archie asked Samantha where she got that information, and Samantha says that's what they were led to believe by information Chad had given them. Archie asked about Spring Creek Book Company and if it was Chad's full-time job. Samantha says sometimes yes, and he would sometimes work at the cemetery. Spring Creek went bankrupt after a distribution issue. Deseret Book sent back a bunch of extra books that had been printed that were not selling, Samantha says. Y'all, we went over the Rays on here. We went over their finances. Remember that? They'd had to file bankruptcy at one point, I believe. Chad wasn't pulling his weight. That guy could have went out and got a job doing anything. But no, he left it all on Tammy's shoulders to be the major breadwinner. So this whole issue about Deseret Books sent back a bunch of extra books, the bottom line is Chad was trying to rope these people in saying, yes, your life experiences, Suzanne Freeman, Julie Rowe, all that, you've got to, I look you in the eye. I feel like you are telling me the truth, and I'm going to publish your book. The bottom line is that Chad Daybell is nothing more than a damn plastic-ass serial killer. I think Chad Daybell, being the prior sexton and gravedigger, has dug his own grave a long time ago when it comes to this case. He might as well jump feet first in there and cover himself up, because he's going down. He's going down. That was something that's been said before, MN. Many of the Rays have expressed this. Really, who is Tammy's voice? We know Samantha is her voice. But the bottom line is those children are behind their father. And it's very unfortunate. Now, Archie asked Samantha when Chad and Tammy moved to Rexburg. She says she doesn't remember the exact year, but says they lived in Rexburg at least 3 to 4 years before Tammy died. Samantha says it became harder to stay in touch after Chad and Lori moved to Rexburg. Archie asks if Chad spoke to Samantha about near-death experiences or NDEs, and she says he did. Archie asks Samantha to describe Chad's books, and Samantha describes them as they were very spiritual in nature. He did make some money off them. I don't know the exact amount. And the bottom line, y'all, it is a fact. This book series of Chad Daybell's was curtailed and targeting members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But of course, I'm sure there were other people outside of that organized religion that were buying up Chad Daybell's books. We know that he was highly regarded. He'd never been in trouble. People like Chad Daybell. He was a good guy by all accounts to a lot of people. But he had his own kind of like a little celebrity as he started doing these conferences, and the book sales were doing pretty good. He made some money. Now, Samantha doesn't recall when Chad first talked to her about his near-death experiences. She says those are normally spiritual experiences that people keep private. Archie responds, Chad was making money and writing books and going to conferences based off his spiritual experiences. And Archie asked Samantha if Tammy went with Chad to his conferences, and Samantha says she didn't go with him because she had a job and was taking care of the kids. Archie asked Samantha where Chad would go to sell his books, and Samantha says she didn't track him, but he'd been to Idaho, Arizona, Utah to speak and sell his books. Cindy K, J-O-B, loser. Hey, I'm all for people chasing their dreams. But when you got 5 kids and your wife's working a full-time job, you need to get your ass out there and start bringing home the bacon. This whole celebrity thing, going and doing everything he did, and then it leads into him trading his wife in for a freaking hussy. Give me a break. Tammy helped Chad write the books, And Archie says, did you ever hear Tammy say, Chad, quit trying to sell books, get a real job? And Samantha says she never heard a conversation like that. And Tammy helped Chad publish the books and was in charge of the graphic design of his books. And y'all, it's obvious that Tammy wanted to believe her husband's dream come to fruition. Tammy was trying to be there to be supportive of him, not only bringing home the bacon from her full-time job, but she also was doing a lot of work behind the scenes to help Chad become successful. And this is what this damn asshole does for all the hard work she ever did. And it's very interesting, is it not? That it's like Chad, it's at this point where he meets Lori and everything, he feels like he's on his way. And he doesn't want to even acknowledge that Tammy was the reason he's on his way. Chad has to have the damn trophy wife, don't y'all know? And he's willing to become a serial murderer. Oh, Chad could have a beautiful wife like Lori, but he couldn't have those kids. Y'all know it, and I know it. So when Archie is asking about, Tammy asking about quit trying to sell books and how Tammy helped Chad publish the books and stuff, it's been known in the testimony here she was instrumental in the process, Tammy. And Samantha says most of Chad's books were fictional and geared toward religious aspects. Some were advertised as fiction, others were not. And Archie says, were you aware that at one time he said, everything I've ever written is true? And Samantha says she doesn't know about that statement and doesn't recall him ever saying that to her. Samantha says she's an avid reader and read some of Chad's books to support him, but she's a teacher and doesn't have time to read everything. She doesn't know if Tammy believed what Chad wrote was true. And y'all know, we've talked about this, Rays. Chad did go around telling certain people that this was true. He couldn't come out on these fiction books and say this is true stuff because he didn't want to get booted out of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He flew under the radar. The church didn't have a problem with him writing fiction books because he wasn't stating that it was true. But he was telling people at these conferences when all these people would gather around him, and it's my view that he was kind of picking who are the weak ones. Who are the weak ones that I can get drawn in on this? They were on a journey, I guess if you want to call it, a gathering journey to pick out people in these conferences to join their damn cult. This goes back to people like Christina Atwood, Nicole Earle, Serena Sharp, other people. Y'all notice that all of them were women? I mean, the only reason they wanted David Warwick in there probably was for the money. Archie asks if Chad and Tammy were empty nesters when Tammy died, and Samantha says they had a son living at home and another son on an LDS mission in Africa. Chad and Tammy did not have any minor children at the time of her passing. All the kids were adults. And maybe this is another reason, y'all, that Chad didn't want to murder his kids. And another reason why Lori didn't murder Kobe is because they were already adults out there and had already started to establish themselves in their lives. And they couldn't murder them like they murdered those children who depended on Lori, who were vulnerable. Right, Direbite PR. Too many adult kids to kill. These, some of this is just theory and hypothesis. The Rays know how I roll on this. It's up to you to decide what this testimony means to yourself. Even though I'm sitting here sharing and demonstrating what I see, folks, I've been so wrong so many times, and there are things we're never going to know. But this is just my view. And who am I anyway? It really comes down to what you think. Now, Archie asked what a cemetery sexton is, and Samantha says they oversee everything at the cemetery, the upkeep, helping people with services, etc. Chad did this for quite some time, starting in high school as a teenager and then into his adult life. Samantha Williams says, it was something you knew how to do and it paid well. Chad did not take a job as a sexton in Idaho. Kelly Fitzgerald said Chad was done raising kids, and Lori obliged. Missy Trowley Muss, or whatever how you say, Miss Trail Muss, or whatever. She's saying somebody was lazy as you know what. Deborah Tutela says Chad didn't have anything to do with raising kids, in her opinion. In June of 2019, y'all, and remember, this is before Charles Vallow is murdered, Chad and Tammy came to stay with them to celebrate Chad's mom's birthday. Samantha says the next month, which would be July of 2019, Chad and Tammy came back, but they didn't know that they were in Springville. There was a movie premiere tied to a book Chad helped write. And Samantha Williams says they happened to be in town for that, and they just showed up at our door to give me my birthday present. Chad sat in the car, and it was very unusual. That's rude, don't y'all think? You're going to drop off a birthday present? Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're going to do that, that's nice. But can't you at least both come to the door? Give Samantha a big hug or whatever? Tell them we got to go, but we just wanted to tell you we love you. Happy birthday, whatever. He's sitting in the car. How rude can you get? He's probably sitting in the car texting that damn hussy. And this shows, you know, some of us have read things, I'm sure, many times. There's interesting things when it talks about these psychologists or these marriage counselors that write these articles about 10 signs that your husband's cheating and stuff. They start to withdraw from the things they normally do with the family. Looks pretty cut and dry, don't it? The next time Samantha saw Tammy was in October of 2019. Tammy looked healthy and fine. And Archie says, did she ever say to you that my husband has had a vision that I'm going to die? And Samantha says, no, she was not making any arrangements to die. After Tammy died, Samantha says she felt like something had happened to her, and I didn't even know why. I had no reason to suspect Chad. I had no reason to suspect anything, but I do feel as a spiritual person myself that my sister was telling me something had happened to her. And y'all, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, I said, y'all let me know if any of y'all have got sisters. I've got 3 sisters myself. I've got one sister who's 11 months older than me, and we are very close. Her name's Mary. And I have these strong feelings. You know, sometimes I'll text her or I'll call her or something, or she'll do the same for me. I don't know what that is, if that's the sixth sense or what. Sometimes people say this, about their twin or something, but when it comes to the closeness of a sibling, I mean, some men, they feel just as close to their brothers, or some women on here feel just the same way about their brother. But Tammy did. She said, as a spiritual person myself, that I felt like my sister was telling me something had happened to her. Big Jet says, I feel that way with my sister. Now, the visit in October of 2019 with Samantha and Tammy in Utah was before, y'all, the driveway gun incident on October 9th of 2019 when Alex Cox took a shot at Tammy. They then texted each other about the incident when it happened, and Samantha was told some teenager tried to fire a paintball gun at her. And I guarantee you, that's what Chad probably told his wife. That she went in the house. This was according to her Facebook post. When that happened, she went in the house and told Chad. They even called the police. It just seems to me that when you're looking at October 9th of 2019, and then 10 days later, she's dead, that the police who'd already been there on the 9th, and everybody's writing it off as some damn prank. The bottom line is they could have put 2 and 2 together, but I think the Rays and I pretty much know what 2 and 2 equals. It's 4. And a lot of that shit went on in Chandler, Arizona. Samantha says she has never met Lori because Chad and Lori left for Hawaii. At the end of November of 2019, Chad and Lori and all of Chad's kids went to Knott's Berry Farm and the beach in California. Now, many times, Rays, I was told that there was all these pictures of Knott's Berry Farm and not one of them had a picture of Lori in it. So I assumed she wasn't with them, but Samantha William confirms that Chad and Lori and all of Chad's kids went to Knott's Berry Farm and the beach in California. We know through testimony this was one of the first major purchases that Chad Daybell made with Tammy's blood money. So, y'all know me, Rays. I ain't always right. Chad's kids told Samantha about the trip. Archie ends his questioning by saying, "I'm sorry for the loss of your sister." And Samantha tearfully responds, "Thank you." Blake has some follow-up questions for Samantha. She asked if Chad ever spoke to her about how they were going to support themselves after Tammy died, because Tammy was the main breadwinner. And Samantha mentions there was life insurance money, and he told us his new spouse, y'all, Lori, the hussy there, had lots of money. Yeah, right. Give me a break. And this goes right along with some of these, after Chad and Lori got married and everything. I don't know if this was the temple in Hawaii or other areas, but there were church members that said it was going around that Chad had remarried to a very wealthy woman. This woman's money source was her children's Social Security benefits and child care. And she murdered her kids so she could take that money and spend it on her lifestyle and her damn king of evil's lifestyle. It's disgusting. Think about it. This woman was using government assistance and the murder of her children to be able to use money. $4,000 a month. I'm still going to get the $4,000 a month. That's not rich. I mean, some of us would think, yeah, $4,000 a month, I'll go for that. But the bottom line is the way it's been told, she was just this wealthy woman. Now, Chad never came around Tammy's family after he got remarried. Samantha says he wouldn't even tell my parents he got remarried. He made his daughter call my mom. Chad Daybell is a sick, sick man. Lindsay Blake asked Samantha if Chad ever told her about having a vision that Tammy would die before she was 50. And Samantha Williams says he never said that at all. Blake asked Samantha if all 5 of Chad's kids are still alive, and Samantha responds that they are. Blake has no further questions. Samantha leaves the witness stand, and Larry and Kay Woodcock reach out for a hug before Samantha leaves the courtroom with her husband. And y'all just imagine that. Imagine the integrity and the strength and love that Larry and Kay Woodcock are showing towards Samantha Williams, Tammy Daybell's sister. They give her a hug before she leaves the courtroom. I am so thankful that there's still love in the world. The next witness on the stand is Fremont County Sheriff's Office Deputy Coulter Cannon. Raised, we remember this name. Fremont County Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Tanya Rollins will be questioning Cannon. Yes, Diamond Eyes, I think the children, unless they change their position, are on their dad's side and they have failed their mother. I understand, y'all, that this has devastated their family and the kids have lost their mother and this is their only parent left. But the bottom line is Samantha Williams had to be Tammy's voice in this. I mean, I don't know Direbite PR. I don't know if they're still on their dad's side or not. We're going to find out, though, if Garth or Emma or any of them go on the stand. Are they going to be defense witnesses? Are they going, we don't know what the witness list is. We can get some idea of some of them on the grand jury list. We know Garth was on the grand jury list. But even if he was on the grand jury list, doesn't mean he's going to be called. Again, y'all, Tanya Rollins will be questioning Coulter Cannon, a deputy of the Fremont County Sheriff's Department. Stacy B, I hope Krisha is, which reminds me, I need to look. I need to look and see if she is tweeting. I don't know if she is. I did bring it up. I told her I understood if she didn't want to do it. But if she is, I want to make sure that we get her voice in this. No, she hasn't. And I don't blame her. I know she's got a lot on her plate. But I believe Kresh is going to be strong and she's going to be fine. Now, Deputy Coulter Canyon has been a deputy for 9 years. He was working a 12-hour shift on October 9th of 2019. He was called to the 200 North 1900 East in the county for a report of a suspicious individual who had pointed a paintball gun at a lady. Y'all, this is all about Tammy Daybell today. I think yesterday somebody said, what about Tammy? Now, Cannon was in the Egan area of Fremont County when he got the call. It took him 6 or 7 minutes to get to the house. He drove with his police lights activated, but shut them off as he got closer to the house so the suspect would not see him coming. Joseph Murray, Tammy's son-in-law, and Tammy Daybell, this is Emma's husband, Joseph Murray, and Tammy Daybell both called dispatch. Deputy Cannon received a description from dispatch that the shooter was a man wearing all black with a black ski mask. He drove around to see if he could find anyone and could not. Detective Cannon then knocked on the door, and Tammy, Chad, and Garth Daybell were there. And Tammy came to the door. This is something we didn't know of the specifics, y'all. So this is interesting. Andrew F. Chad's new book is One Wife to Live. Oh my gosh. That is stale as week old bread, Andrew F. One Wife to Live. Get for real. Oh, well, it's actually pretty funny. Carrie Ann thinks that she would have thought Alex would have been wearing that monkey mask, not a black ski mask. Good morning, Sarah. Jellicoe says, in hindsight, I wish Tammy would have responded to Charles's message. John Shepard, I don't know. I don't know if Chad will write a book in prison. I hope he gets his ass stomped in prison. But I hope that the judge in a final conviction order says you can't get money from any of what your crimes were all about. That's what I'm praying for. Surely they would do this. Now, Cannon says Tammy was a little nervous, but not shaken up. She says she returned from the grocery store and was unloading groceries when she looked up. There was a man wearing all black standing there. She asked what he wanted, and the man then fired 2 shots at her. She screamed for Chad, and the man took off. Tammy thought it might be her son because they had the same build. Cannon says Chad and Garth did not seem upset and were very calm. Detective Cannon spoke with Joseph Murray, who was catty corner from the house cutting wood. He said he heard Tammy scream and then called 911. This happened a little before 9 p.m. Cannon says it wasn't super dark. It was dusk. Andrew F., I don't think Chad is going to be starting a club called the 144,000. I think when Chad Daybell goes into prison and he starts talking his crap, someone's going to bend his ass over. That's what I think. In fact, you know what else I think? I think these prisoners, such as Bubba, is going to be converting Chad to whatever they believe. That's what I think. You think so, Denise? You think Chad had Garth in his cult? I haven't seen any evidence of that. But then again, if Chad's telling all these people, in this inner circle and stuff and all that, he didn't ever have any in-home meetings at his house. None of these firesides or whatever you want to call them. I don't know. I have no idea what Chad and Tammy taught their children. There's clues there. One of them was on an LDS mission in Africa. So perhaps they were, I don't know. I don't know enough to be able to even have a theory about it at this point. Now, Detective Cannon looked around for shell casings and couldn't find anything. Cannon says Tammy was pretty convinced it was a paintball gun. On January the 3rd, y'all, of 2020, Cannon helped the FBI rake through the snow at Chad's house to locate any shell casings, but no casings were ever found. There was no evidence of paint anywhere, and Rollins has no further questions for Cannon. And the Rays on here, we all remember that. They brought in the metal detectors, and all of us were hoping and praying they were going to find something. But even the FBI, along with this deputy, could never find anything. Was this a dry run, y'all? Was this actually, Alex wouldn't have had the time to pick up shell casings or even slugs in the ground or in a wall or anything like that. So maybe this was a dry run. Maybe this is what this was. I don't know. Or it could have been a malfunctioning gun. I don't know. It would have been nice if they'd have found something. And it couldn't have been a paintball gun, y'all, because there was no paint anywhere. I'm sure Chad calmed Tammy down before the police got there and probably put that in her mind. Oh, Tammy, it's just some kid playing a prank. Stacy B says, or it was meant to scare her for some reason. It's a good theory there. Yeah, remember that. That goes along with the, Lori was in Hawaii. I don't know if she was in Hawaii at the time Tammy was shot at, though. Was she? I know she was there when Tammy died. But remember Lori said Zulima's testimony was it Melanie Gibbs? I'm not sure at this point. My mind is mush. But Lori did say, that idiot can't do nothing right. She was in Missouri, says Wendy Bastings. Okay, thank you. I'm glad y'all are helping me out here. M says, I'm sure Chad would have picked up any shells. Olive says, no, Lori was with Zuzu at home. I'll have to look that up, y'all, if I'm not really sure. Archie has no further questions for Cannon, and prosecutors have nothing further, so Cannon is released from the witness stand. Leanne Jordan thinks it was a weapons malfunction. Stephanie Tomic takes the view they wanted Tammy to seem paranoid and crazy so that she's not believable. Lisa, we finished up on Samantha Williams' testimony. That is Tammy Daybell's sister. She has said a lot of stuff. She actually said that Chad said that him and Lori that Lori was an empty nester, that she was rich, she was wealthy. Yeah, that's it, T.S. Jackson 72. I guess there wasn't a whole lot I guess they have to do this in increments to show the jurors this whole thing about Tammy Daybell. And that's what the focus seems to be about today. We've heard a lot this week about the children. We've also heard in 404B prior bad acts about Charles Vallow. We've heard about Brandon Boudreaux, the attempt on his life. Today, y'all, we're looking so far at Tammy Daybell. So, Deputy Helena Kasakamanu is the next witness. Kayaka Samu works for the St. Anthony Police Department, but was a 911 dispatcher with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office. Tanya Rollins will be questioning her. And if y'all don't mind, I don't even know I said that last name right, so I'm going to say Deputy Helena, if that's okay with y'all, because this Kayaka Mananu, I can't say it. It's Kaaikamu I mean, AMAMNU. Ugh. That's awful. That's a pretty big dang high dollar last name she's got there. So I'm going to say Deputy Helena, okay? Now, Deputy Helena has worked as a dispatcher for 2.5 years and was a supervisor. She took 911 calls and dispatched police, fire, and EMS to respond to those calls. And just an FYI, y'all, some of y'all didn't know this, years ago, back in what? I think it was around 2005, 2006. It was a 2-year period. OKJ was a 911 dispatcher for the county that I had lived in. And I'll tell y'all something. I won't never do that again. I did it for 2 years. I'll never do it again. When you've got a 15, 16-year-old girl calling 911 to say her mother has committed suicide using horse tranquilizers, when you've got to be the one, when you receive the 911 call, that a woman, and this was before really, the cell phones were really big time. You know, the cordless phones in your home, the landlines. One time I got a call on 911. I shit you not. This woman was running around the outside of her house at night on the 911 call saying her husband was chasing her with a gun. I'm telling you, y'all, these 911 dispatchers, they are freaking incredible people. I just could not do that no more than 2 years. Now, the calls are recorded and stored, and this 911 dispatcher, Helena, was working October 9th and received 2 phone calls about the possible shooting. The first call came in around 9:30, 9:45 p.m. toward the end of the dispatcher's shift. The next call came in around 5 minutes later. This dispatcher, Helena, did not know Tammy Daybell, but knew she was the librarian at the school. Now, y'all, guess what? The calls from October 9th were recorded, and Tanya Rollins asked to submit the calls into evidence. So we're going to hear descriptors of this call, and then guess what, y'all? Later on this evening, when the audio comes out, we're going to actually hear the 911 call, or at least, I guess, 1 to 2 of them, where they're calling in. So we're waiting to see what Nate has to say about the content of these recorded 911 calls. Now, Tanya Rollins wants to play the first part of one call so this 911 dispatcher can authenticate that it's her voice. The entire call will then be played, y'all. Language of Horses says, voice is pathetic. T.S. Jackson says, oh, good. So we'll hear it later on, y'all, on the audio. Yes, Nicole P. Nate Eaton has been working so hard for all of us. I'm so very, very thankful that he has been doing these live tweets. I trust him, and I trust the way he's doing it. Lisa Tagaboo says, Chud's kids claims he's being set up. Yeah, okay. Wake up, kiddos. Daddy is a serial killer. We are waiting, folks. Yes, Olive Heatley. Nate Eaton is a legend. I think him and Justin Lum deserve a journalist award for this. This is a really, really complex case, and they've covered it from the very beginning. If it wouldn't have been for them, ultimately, though, the heroes in all this are Kay and Larry Woodcock, along with Crescia K. Easton and Difficult Research, JJ's extended family. The child welfare check is the hero moment in all of this, in my opinion. And I think many of the Rays on here agree with that. We are waiting to hear descriptions of this 911 call. Yeah, Diane McDonald says agreed. M says agreed. Jansky says definitely agree. Bix Tech says absolutely. Yes, Diamond Eyes, Kay did have divine intervention, especially when she said that when she had they had cleaned out Charles's home after he was murdered. She asked anybody if they wanted the printer, and that nobody wanted it, so she took it home and it sat there for a while. And she said when she tried to plug it up, she was having issues, so she left it alone. And then she said that next morning, about 4:30 in the morning, something was prompting her to go and plug it up. Hence, she found out on that printer the Gmail account of Charles. She knew the passwords because she had helped Charles with his business in the times past. She knew the passwords. The first one she used, she had 3, worked. And she found out that Lori had been ordering stuff off of Charles Vallow's Amazon account and was able to get that welfare check. Yeah, I don't see it any other way, y'all. Vix Tech says it was Charles. Renee says, I believe angels helped Kay. Yeah, MJ says that was truly divine. Justin and Nate, information not hate. Justin Nate, top rate, says Yin Yang, our channel poet. Our channel poet, Yin Yang, has been here over 2 years, giving us the poetry of the heart. Okay, here it goes, y'all. The first call is Joseph Murray. Now remember, that's Emma Murray, which is Chad Daybell's daughter, Emma. He tells the dispatcher his mother-in-law got home about 10 minutes ago, and he says she thinks a man wearing a ski mask came up to her. Joseph Murray explains what happened, and this 911 dispatcher asked for the address. It's hard to hear, and Murray is muffled. The dispatcher asked Murray twice if he's still on the line, and the dispatcher says, does she know what direction he ended up running? And Joseph Murray says the man headed east, back behind the house. The dispatcher asked if there's a description of the clothing, and Joseph Murray says he didn't get one. And as many of y'all know, we have studied not only aerial photos, but the Rays went along with my husband and I when we went to Idaho. It was so open in that backyard, hence the graves. But if you look at the front of the residence, dead smack right across the street is houses. And on that side road, I mean, where was Alex going to run? He had to have parked down the road away and ran from there. I think by the time Tammy went in the house, I think she immediately went to Chad. But I didn't know there was a Joseph Murray out there. The bottom line is somehow Alex Cox ran off and wasn't able to be discovered. The dispatcher tells Joseph Murray she will send a deputy to his mother's home. Obviously, y'all, it's got to be common sense that Alex Cox parked down the road somewhere. Tanya Rawlings now asks to play the second 911 call made by Tammy Daybell following the shooting incident. And folks, I've never heard Tammy Daybell's voice before. So this evening when I hear the audio, we're going to get to hear Tammy Daybell's voice. We've learned a lot about Tammy Daybell, a lot of wonderful things about the woman. Now we're going to get a voice. Yes, Badger, Emma did live across the street. Yeah, little lady Di, that is going to be a wow moment to hear. Rainy April says, my heart just dropped. Chris Mahoney says, I bet Tammy sounds like a sweet angel. Norma Guerrero says, so he was the hitman for all the evil work. Yes, Gloria Freeze, it's going to be sad to hear Tammy's voice. We are waiting now to play the second 911 call made by Tammy Daybell following the shooting incident. Remember, the first 911 call was Joseph Murray, Emma's husband. Right, Mom on the case. Correct. Melanie Gibb, that Chad and Alex, I believe it was Alex. Lori wouldn't have said anything about Chad not doing anything right. Lori thought Chad's shit didn't stink. She would have never said nothing. I mean, for goodness sake, y'all. Why would she say anything bad about her king there when she's willing to murder her children for him? This had to be about Alex. Lori had used Alex all his life to do her bidding. This is just another series of events for Lori to use Alex. And no, I don't feel sorry for Alex Cox. I don't at all. I think he got exactly what he deserved, whatever that was. We now hear Tammy Daybell's call. She says she needs to report something, and the dispatcher asks for the address. Tammy says there was a suspicious person, and Tammy's own words says, I pulled up in the driveway, and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car. He had a paintball gun like he was going to shoot at me. I kept asking what he was doing, and I yelled for my husband. He took off behind my house, says Tammy. Alex Cox was damaged goods, Caroline A. Right, Mariah Stostola. Alex got what Alex deserved. I believe this is the first time I've heard Tammy's voice, says Nate Eaton. She says she went inside the house to get her husband and son. And she says the man in the driveway didn't say anything. He was holding the gun like he had a rifle and was shooting at me, but nothing came out of the gun, so I don't think it was loaded. She says Chad and her son went outside, but the man was long gone. There are plenty of people in this world, but I'm going to narrow this down to this live stream here with the Rays. The voice does say a lot, doesn't it, Rays? We're going to hear Tammy Daybell's voice later on this evening. We all were very disappointed that there were not cameras in the courtroom and that we were having to rely on sketches of this trial, because a lot of us do believe that body language says a lot along with KJ, and this is just my view, that the eyes are the mirror to the soul. But the bottom line is what I'm trying to get out here, in the point of it all, is I do believe, as we have studied, researched, and analyzed this case, when we hear Tammy Daybell's voice this evening on the audio that is being released, I think a lot of things are going to kind of sink in on this part of the tragedy of losing Tammy Daybell from these serial killers. You know, dodging bullets, I don't know. From day to day, I don't know how Crush is doing things. No pressure should be applied to her. She might feel like at a time, yes, I'm gonna get with y'all over this or that, but maybe something happens. The bottom line is she is a victim's family member, and I have patience for her. Now, the dispatcher tells Tammy she will send a deputy. Rollins has no further questions for the dispatcher, and Archie has no questions, so the dispatcher is dismissed from the witness stand. Boyce asks for a quick sidebar with the attorneys. White noise is being played in the courtroom. Mark McGarry believes that Zulema murdered Alex Cox. Part of the reason for this is the crazed power belief, says Mr. M. Chad Daybell is the epitome of a coward. So is Lori. They want to dish it out. They want to get Alex to do all this and do their bidding. Well, I guess it comes down to this for Alex Cox. He tells Zulema, it's confirmed. He says, after everything I did for them, then they won't even speak to me. I hope this really, really was painful for Alex Cox, because it sure as hell wasn't painful for him as the instrument of murder to do what he did to everybody in this case. I hope it absolutely destroyed Alex Cox, because that's what he did in the bidding of these two damn king and queen serial killers. And let's just keep in mind this, y'all. Lori's sitting in that courtroom right now, and she gets to hear Tammy Daybell's voice. I hope it's seared into her whole mind forever. We are in a sidebar, y'all. Crochet and Bammy says he was Alex was only worried about himself, not the children he killed. Or maybe you meant Chad. I guess you could apply that to both of them. Yeah, Kelly Fitzgerald. I hope Chud's loin fire was worth it. I'm going to tell y'all, there ain't no damn way Alex did all of that, what they did to Tylee and JJ. It wasn't Alex by himself. And you know and I know, Chad is so sick and twisted, this was a power trip for him. He probably got his rocks off in all of it. I believe he helped Alex alter and destroy and conceal Tylee and JJ. That's right. The storage unit video is just one example, and it's an actually good template to show the coordinated efforts. All three of them, Lori, Chad, and Alex, working together, y'all. Ultimately, with conspiracy to commit murder and first-degree murder. Okay, so now Christina West is the next witness. She was a dispatcher at the Fremont County Sheriff's Office in 2019. Lindsay Blake is questioning West. West was working the morning of October 19th of 2019. She received a call about a deceased person, Tammy Daybell. West had never heard Tammy's name prior to that day, and Blake asked to play the 911 call. So here we go, y'all. Here we go. We're going to hear that this evening. Barb one, Tammy said that she felt like it was 2 shots, but that nothing came out. So I guess you'll have to take that however you're going to take it. I think it was a weapons malfunction. That's an opinion. So y'all, we're going to get the 911 call played in court. In court today. And we'll hear it on the audio this evening. I'm not really sure, was it Chad or was it Garth that called 911 the morning of Tammy's murder? Because we know what Chad's voice sounds like. And I believe I've heard Garth's, well, yeah, I know I have. In that 48 hours, I've heard Emma's voice before. And Garth and some of the rest of Chad's kids. Jennifer Esslinger says, pay close attention because this differs from the son's statement who was there. So yes, we should absolutely pay attention to what we all know up to this point. Olive Heatley says that Olive thinks that it was Garth who called 911. We're fixing to find out, y'all. As soon as it's on here, I'm doing it. Anna Brown says, I think it was Garth too. No, Sarah, oh, I thought you were saying something else. Yeah, right. Monotone Chad, right? He sounds like a serial killer, y'all. He does. His voice is really creepy. Well, wake up and smell the coffee, RD and AC. Right, dodging bullets. Chud was out of breath from running to the back of the house. Okay, y'all, you ready? We just found my mom. So this is Garth, y'all. She's on the ground frozen, or she's stiff. I don't know. And this is one of Tammy's sons saying this. Chad comes on the phone and says, I'm Chad, the husband. She's clearly dead. And West the dispatcher asked for clarification on where Chad lives. Oh no, you hear Chad say as he's crying. She's frozen. He then calmly says his name, Chad Daybell. He continues to sound like he's crying while saying, oh man. The dispatcher says, I'm so sorry, and says someone is on the way. And y'all, Chad been telling everybody since 2015 that his damn wife Tammy was going to die. There's all kinds of people. Julie Rowe, others had heard this over and over again that Tammy was going to die. Well, guess what, y'all? We're all going to die. But Chad had a sick fascination. He wanted out of this marriage. He had to absolutely, oh, she's going to die. Remember when he was at the hotel and all those women were there? It was the time Lori couldn't come because Lori was afraid that Charles Vallow would send her divorce papers, serve her with them at that hotel. And Chad was over there telling them all and their little group of women there, yes, Tammy is going to die. He was just trying to let all them women know, hey, I'm going to be ready for one of y'all. My Johnson's going to be free, free, free. Blake has no further questions, and Archie will cross-examine this dispatcher, West. Archie says, someone identified themselves as Chad Daybell, asked for an ambulance or a coroner, says Archie. And the dispatcher responds, I don't think he asked for anything. I think he said his house was on the corner. He did not say anything about an ambulance or a coroner. Archie says he may have misheard what Chad said. It did sound like he said coroner on the call. Yeah, Chad wanted that coroner there. Because you know what? Some of y'all don't know this, but in Idaho, you don't automatically get an autopsy unless you, as a family member, request one. That's their laws there in Idaho. Some states have automatic autopsies. They do have an attending person that comes to the scene, and then it's up to the family on whether they want an autopsy. Kelly Fitzgerald, great point. Sometimes you have to meet these guidelines in terms of life insurance. They had to have someone say that, or maybe that's already procedure when somebody dies, and that's just something helpful to have to give to the life insurance company. Shallow End versus Wu-Tang, how convenient for Chad. I'm pretty sure it's not required unless there's a clear evidence of foul play, says Rainy April. Yeah, well, many of the Rays on here have said in the past, why not do an autopsy? You had adult children of hers that were getting into marriages and having kids. Maybe they could find out what it was. I mean, I'm kind of torn on that. If my mother, who passed away in a hospital, they gave us the reason. But if she did at home, I mean, I think I would want to know how my mother passed. I just do. For closure, and also for just to add that to, any kind of health history. But that's just me. Now, Archie has no further questions for Wes, but Blake has more questions about whether the information Chad said on the phone was relayed over the radio to the deputy, and Wes says normally that's the case, but the deputy was sitting in dispatch at the time, so he just went. There was no indication that life-saving measures were needed. It's now time for the morning recess until 10:15 a.m. So we've got 15 minutes, y'all. Jennifer Esslinger says she'd been dead for some time. I think that, that would have been important. And there can be, the pooling of blood or discoloration. I'm trying to think of the word where they get stiff. But what I'm saying is they can kind of estimate that. Jeanne Marie makes a good point. I suspect autopsies cost money too. Right. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Chad waited until life-saving measures would not be effective. Again, y'all, we've heard in opening statements that Tammy Daybell died from asphyxiation. We know this is the same thing that happened to JJ in relation to the white plastic bag and duct tape. Tammy, on the other hand, we're going to find out. If they're going to say she was asphyxiated, they're going to have to give us some kind of reason why they believe that. Were there marks around her neck? Were there those broken blood vessels in the eyes? Sometimes when you use pillows, there's also these other speckling on the skin. I forgot what that's called. But we've got to know, and the jurors need to know, you can't just say someone has asphyxiation without some kind of something being said about that. We can kind of look at, when you look at their medical history and you say, well, none of their medical history would have been a reason that they died. So you eliminate that. You're brought to other, I guess, conclusions. What I'm trying to say is, if they are so sure that this was asphyxiation, i.e., cause of death, manner of death would be homicide, then they're going to have to let us know. And I have a feeling they're probably going to let us know this today, or at least some of it. We have till 1:30 Idaho time to get into some of this. I think what we've learned so far, I think something that we all can agree is important, and Nate Eaton even seems to bring it out, is we will be able to hear Tammy Daybell's voice later on this evening in audio. All of us, our hearts and our prayers are with her family. From all accounts, she was a wonderful woman. We know that the Tamara Douglas Daybell Foundation has been set up in honor of her, and it has to do with childhood literacy through books. I can't think of a better way to honor her than give to that, to get in the hands children's books for children. Yeah, dodging bullets, you can look it up. And Crochet and Bammy's talking about all this about hearing a loud thump and all that. Folks, how can 1 minute she died, he's telling, Chad's saying she fell off the bed dead. The next minute they're saying she was half on and off the bed. The next minute the state is saying that Chad Daybell moved her dead body. I think there was also some kind of testimony or some kind of information where they placed Tammy back in the bed. I mean, I'm just going to say this. If my mother died and I went in there and she was in the floor, I think out of respect, I would want her put back in the bed. If there was nothing I could do, that's just me though. I absolutely know that this is a murder, but what I'm saying is how the state is trying to come at this. I just hope that the medical examiner, because when you go and someone who attends someone's death at their house, they say natural causes, and then a couple of months later, they're exhuming her body. I'm pretty sure that the defense is going to be hitting on, what really can you know after an exhumation? Maybe we'll find out. Maybe there is something that, that just is slam dunk. Yes, Richard Diffley, thank you. It's called rigor mortis. Thank y'all so much for backing me up. I really appreciate it. That's the whole purpose of opening the channel for this case. I knew there were a lot of people that knew a hell of a lot more than me and could educate me on a lot of this. It's one thing to have your own perspective and your own research and analysis, but when you've got so much diversity of thought coming in on a live stream or a pre-record over the last 2 years, I feel pretty damn blessed. I feel very honored and I feel very lucky. Michelle Wordle says maybe GHB. That'd be nice. That's a good point there. Oh, you're welcome, Chris Mahoney. I appreciate all of y'all. Deborah Tutela said Garth said he put her back on the bed. However, rigid people once dead do not get up and fall out of bed. Good point, Deborah. Oh, Artie and AC, I think we all have put our our minds together and kind of came together on all of this. Rainy April brings out that Chad was like, yes, Tammy had another assignment on the other side of the veil. She's visited my kids. Well, I'll tell you what, Chad, that dang sling blade man, if she really, in fact, visited her kids, she'd be telling them, your father murdered me. That's what they'd be hearing. What I think, Astra, is that Chad, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. When we're talking about asphyxiation, could we mean holding her down and putting a pillow over her mouth or around the neck? I think she struggled. And by the time he got her out and dead, there is a possibility that she jumped around trying to struggle to live. And perhaps she was halfway on and off the bed. And then she just went off the bed. And that's when Garth heard the thump. I mean, these are just theories. For all we know, she was murdered and, for ways that we don't understand in terms of asphyxiation. And the whole process and the actions behind it, we'll never really truly know. Yeah, asphyxiation equals smothering. That's right. That is right. The question is how are they getting to that? How are they getting that? John Thomas wants to cross-examine the medical examiner and try to make it that because he didn't do nasal swabs that there was some kind of plastic fibers up the nose. Give me a break, y'all. That shit don't happen. It's all about no air, and that's exactly what he told John Thomas. It's ridiculous. So what I'm trying to say is they came to that conclusion, eliminating all kinds of other things. The fact that they saw the bag over the JJ's head along with the duct tape, cutting the air oxygen off. What are they going to say about Tammy? How are they going to show this? Are they going to tell us what the pink foam means? We've had Rays on here that's researched that. Some of them seem to believe that it points to poisoning. But again, y'all, the state doesn't say the cause of death is poisoning. They say it's asphyxiation. Although we know that, there is a good possibility that Alex committed suicide or that Zulema helped that along. GHB, y'all know that is also something you can OD on. It can put you in a coma. It can incapacitate you long enough for someone just to stick a little pillow over someone's face. GHB being naturally occurring in the body anyway, the bottom line is that it all kind of looks, I mean, look at Joseph Ryan, look at Tammy, Look at what we've learned about JJ. We're still on a morning break. It's 12 minutes ago, so we should be getting back here in a few minutes. I guess the question is if she's coughing so hard and she's falling out of bed or she's jumping around, is Chad in the bed with her? Are they sleeping in separate bedrooms at this point? Y'all know that's a sign of Chad sticking his wang in some damn hussy. He don't want to be in the same bed with his wife anymore. I wonder. I mean, maybe he was in the bed with her, or at least telling them he was in the bed with her. Well, I'm sorry, Jennifer Sukup. Well, this is a channel that's open, that does not allow kids in it, and we're all adults here, and this is what I got to say. I'm not even going to say that. Mohawk mom sitting on her chest or back can also cause lack of oxygen. So anyway, y'all, we're fixing to hear some more here in a minute. Here we go. Come on. What I mean by here we go is it's been 15 minutes, or at least almost close to 15 minutes. Deborah Tutela says, forming a frothy light pink or blood-tinted mucus. Yes, Badger. Alex was down the road, according to them pinging his phone at that church. My cat's in here acting crazy. What was he doing there? Was he going to make his way over there and do it for Chad? Because Chad is a damn wimp. I mean, what would he have been there for? Somebody said that maybe he was down there looking to see if anybody was going to show up. Remember, y'all, the testimony is Chad and Tammy were home alone that night. The son that lives there had gone to work. Yes, RD and AC, maybe he did. He did everything else. Or at least that's the way it looks. I mean, when you've got a fingerprint and a palm print on the black plastic bag of JJ, that tells you a lot. Let me let my cat out. Come on now. Wonder if Chad shared his wackadoodle beliefs with his children, says Sarah. Well, how about this? This kind of clues you in a little bit. Samantha Williams says she never heard any of this stuff before. Coming from Chad that Tammy was going to die or anything like that. Tammy had never told her sister, and they were very close, that Chad maybe had shared that with Tammy. You're going to die. You know, because we often wondered if Tammy knew that Chad had a second segment of his life. No, that's something he come up with off the top of his brain there when he talked to Melanie Gibb on that secret recording saying, Lori and I couldn't have not masterminded this. There's no way we could have done all this. I just know that I had a second segment of my life and I had no idea that Lori would be a part of it. Give me a break. Give me a break. Good morning, Carrie Brewer. Badger says Heather Daybell said that Chad told Garth that he had spirits outside his window while Garth was at college. Barb one, I really believe Garth will testify. Will he? I don't know if he's going to for the state or the defense, but either way, he's going to. I believe that. Oh, that's awful, Adrienne. Yeah, I remember that. I remember in the opening statement on that about Tammy's hands. That's so sad, isn't it? Right, Miss DMC. He did tell a lot of people that Tammy was going to die, and it would be hard to believe that it didn't get back to her. Remember, Rays, when we talked about that, and I said, who's going to go to Tammy and say, hey, Tammy, did you know your husband's going around telling people that you're going to die? I mean, who's going to go to Tammy and say that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I could see if it was somebody like Samantha that Chad might have said that, she'd go back to Tammy and say, Tammy, your husband Chad, my brother-in-law, he says that you're going to die. I could see that, but somebody maybe that isn't really close to the family or anything like that, well, let's just look at that. Julie Rowe has said time and time again, when she first started getting in that business relationship with Chad Daybell over her book, publishing her book, she said she would go to Chad and Tammy's house. And she said she developed a relationship with Tammy Daybell and how they were all close. Why wouldn't Julie Rowe share this with Tammy Daybell? Hey, Tammy, Chad is saying that you're going to die. Well, I don't know, y'all. Maybe she didn't want to rock the boat. I think that's a great point, though. If Chad did tell several people that Tammy was going to die young, but is any of them going to go back to Tammy and say, for instance, Chad told all those women at that hotel the night that Lori couldn't be there. He told them that Tammy was going to die. Is any of them, Zulema or any of them, going to go share this with Tammy? No, not at all. They didn't give a crap about Tammy Daybell. And the way that Chad spoke about Tammy being the warden and how he felt like Harry Potter under the stairs. Give me a break. No, he couldn't get out and have a sex with his hooker. That's what it's all about. Chatty Potter, says Amazing Lynn. Crochet Mammy says that Tammy was so used to Chad talking all this crazy ass stuff that maybe she just ignored it. The bottom line is you have to logically conclude that if Tammy would have been on board with all of this stuff that Chad was trying to say about him being the king of the Church of the Firstborn and all this, and that it was going to be, he was going to usher it all in and all this. If Tammy would have been told this and Tammy was on board with it, then why murder her? No, the bottom line is this was stuff Chad was speaking with other people. He led a double life. He knows Tammy wouldn't have gotten on board with all that crazy stuff. So, y'all, it says that we are in a recess till 10:15. It is 10:19 now. So I don't know what they're doing. A lot of crazy, says Kathleen Curtis. They do stall a lot, y'all. And really, if you think about it, why take off 2 hours of testimony today? It's not right, really. They really need to get. I mean, this case should have been a death penalty case, but even though it's not now, and this is a triple murder case, I think that there should have been a sequestration. That's what I think, but some people think otherwise. There is a possibility, y'all, that during the sentencing phase of this, that number one, we'll get cameras. Number two, that they might sequester these jurors in terms of, well, not sequestration on the sentencing, excuse me, let me back up, that they will sequester them on when they go into deliberations for a conviction. The judge will decide the sentence now, but that won't happen for at least another few weeks after the conviction, because they have to do all that pre-sentencing report stuff. I get that mixed up now that this is not a death penalty case. Well, Jennifer Asslinger, Lori's not, I mean, they're not taking a lunch break today. She's going to have to wait, just like everybody else, till 1:30 when they adjourn, and then she can go back to her damn jail cell over there in Ada County, and she can have her damn bologna sandwich. She can have her dang whatever it is they serve her. And I'm going to tell you, they're doing the minimum requirements on calorie intake. They got to keep them regular so they can take healthy poops. I'll tell you, whatever they're feeding her, it's not looking good on her skin and her wrinkles and her hair and everything else. Dorothy says that Nate Eaton has put in a motion for the judge to have cameras in for the verdict. And I think there should be, because if she's convicted, well, now you're saying for the verdict. First of all, that's before they convict her, but they're going to come out with the verdict. But even after that, and I agree with that, I think they should have cameras in the courtroom for that verdict, because they've done all their deliberating. There's not no more of this chance of media exposure, but also in the sentencing. There's no reason not to have cameras in the courtroom. So, they were supposed to be back 13 minutes ago. So I don't know what's going on, y'all. I want to hear what I want to hear what Judge Boyce says. And I just hope that Judge Boyce will get into this. Y'all, some of y'all who watched the Alex Murdaugh trial, the Judge Newman there, he really gave a good sentencing thing before actually imposing the sentence. I hope Judge Boyce does something to kind of let Lori know just how evil and diabolical she really is. But y'all might not want to hear this. I think Judge Boyce is going to not have anything to say other than just sentencing her. And that's so unfortunate. It really is. But the good news is there is going to be victim impact statements. The good news is the state's going to have what they're going to say. So I am absolutely looking forward to those victim impact statements. Because you know it and I know it. It's going to flatten that damn hussy. Roxy says, I want to see the look on her face. And y'all, these sketches, I know, I mean, hey, I couldn't do no better. But these sketches really don't do it for me. I want to see that live when they sentence her. Oh, yeah, I remember the Nancy Brophy case. That woman's diabolical. Okay, here we go, y'all. We are back from the break. We are back from the morning break. The prosecution calls Officer Alyssa Greenhall with the Rexburg Police Department. Alyssa Greenhall. It's Greenhalgh. So I'm going to say Alyssa Greenhall, y'all. Alyssa Greenhoff. And I might be wrong on that. But that's what I see. Dodging bullets, there's going to be plenty for us to chew on. That's what we're going to be doing tomorrow evening in the Ray Room chat. We're going to really, really get together. The Rays on here. We've been doing this for 2 years. We know the deal. On that note, I want to thank the Rays again for all y'all's comments on this. Dodging bullets, you've been incredible. Daughter of Scotland, all these other Rays on here, you know who you are. We've got some new people that we've not known before, who's absolutely brilliant, that has stepped up to give their views on all of this. All right, here we go, y'all. Greenhoff used to work for the Fremont County Sheriff's Office. She was working the morning of October 19th of 2019 and responded to Chad Daybell's house for a report on an unattended death. When she arrived, Greenhoff says Chad and Garth both met her in the living room. Chad seemed distraught, and he was crying, and Garth was reserved and quiet. Greenhoff says an unattended death is when someone is not under a physician's care. And don't y'all find that interesting that the son is not distraught too, but the husband and the father of this son is sitting there all crying and everything? This man been telling everybody forever she was gonna die. What the hell? It's kind of sad that Garth couldn't. It just seems like Garth was reserved and quiet. Bless his heart. I just don't believe y'all there's anything nefarious about any of Chad's children. That's just my opinion, though. I would like to believe Garth has come to his senses, though, y'all. And I'd like to believe he's got some testimony to share. That's what I hope. Dodging Bullets has come up with a name for a book. The Killer Who Always Cries. Wow. That's epic, Dodging Bullets. Yeah, Ilmian, it's very sad when a son is not crying. You know, everybody deals with grief in their own way. I know all of us. I can say this. All of us has had someone we love die that we cared a lot about. And everyone deals with that differently. When dispatched to the unattended death, Greenhoff says they are looking for obvious signs of foul play, disturbances at the scene, broken furniture, things pushed around, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, etc. Greenhall says there was no signs of a break-in or disturbance at the house. Chad led Greenhall to Tammy's body, which was in the bedroom on the bed. Greenhall said Chad told her he had moved the body. Of course he had to move the body. Of course he had to. Connie says Garth was just trying to process what happened. Chad told Greenhall that Tammy woke up coughing around midnight and then vomited. He helped her recover and then assisted her back to bed. Chad said around 5:45 a.m., Tammy then partially fell off the bed. He said her feet and legs had gotten caught in the sheets. Her torso had fallen off the bed, but her head was on the floor. Chad said he and his son moved the body back into the bed and covered her with blankets. That's how Greenhall saw her. It was apparent that Tammy Daybell was dead. So, Rays, y'all know this is stuff that's got more specificity to it. And as Dodging Bullets says, we need something to really chew on about all this. I'm reading it out now and I'm trying to take it in, but by tomorrow evening, I think we're going to be able to get a full picture and we'll discuss it then. Let me just say this one more time in case you didn't hear it completely the first time. Tammy woke up coughing around midnight and then vomited. He helped her recover and then assisted her back to bed. Chad said around 5:45 a.m., Tammy then partially fell off the bed, and Chad says that her feet and legs had gotten caught in the sheets. Her torso had fallen off the bed, but her head was on the floor. Chad said he and his son moved the body back into the bed and covered her with blankets. That's how Greenhoff saw her. And it was apparent that Tammy was dead. Yes, Olive, it does sound like struggling to me. And I'll tell you something else. If she was that damn sick and she was throwing up and stuff and he's helping her back to bed and this guy's telling Melanie Gibb on a secret recording, I begged her. I absolutely begged her to go to a doctor. You'd think that he would have said, Tammy, we got to get to the emergency room. Because I'm telling y'all now, if my husband was coughing and in the middle of the night started throwing up, I wouldn't be helping him back to bed. I'd be saying something is wrong here. But that's just me, y'all. And this whole crap about Chad saying Tammy hated doctors and stuff, again, I stress this with emphasis. She didn't want to move from Utah to Idaho, but she did it because he wanted her to. Don't you think he could have got her to go to a doctor? Now, Chad told the deputy that Tammy hated to see the doctor and had fallen in the driveway about a month prior. Now, that's something new we didn't hear. Chad did not say anything about Tammy having fainting spells, but he said she had issues with her blood pressure. In the courtroom, Lori is looking back and forth from the witness and Blake. Her arms are folded. And y'all know what it usually means when you fold your arms. That means you got something to hide in terms of body language. Greenhoff says Garth Daybell never contradicted his father and did not give any information to the deputies. Greenhoff took photos of the scene, and Blake asked to admit the pictures, y'all. So the scene in which Tammy was at, y'all, they moved her and put her back in the bed. If they'd have left her, I mean, it looked damning, I'm sure, the way she was when so-called Garth and Chad found her. If they'd have left her alone and the deputies showed up, that would have looked suspicious. They had to put her back in bed and make it look like, oh, this ain't no big deal. Right, Mohawk Mom. Garth didn't have much to say. Now, Archie argues the photos are too graphic and may be more prejudicial. He objects to having the photos shown, and Blake says they are an accurate description of the scene, and Boyce overrules the objection, and the pictures are admitted. Archie says to Boyce that he took special precautions for the photos of the children and suggests maybe he should consider that. Boyce says he has seen the photos and will allow them to be displayed to the public, even though they are graphic in nature. Olive says rigor mortis doesn't set in until 2 hours after death. What's interesting is Archie just does not want. He does not want anything that's normally entered, y'all, into a criminal murder trial. He is doing everything in his power so that people can't see this. But the bottom line is this is Lori, Chad, and Alex, and the rest of this cult. I consider all of them culpable. But specifically Chad, Lori, and Alex. He doesn't want their handiwork being shown. Paisley Dream says Tammy's body tells the lie to the jurors. All right, folks. The first photo was taken from the entry of Tammy's bedroom. Tammy is on the bed. The sheets are blue, and there is a blue blanket comforter over her body. Now, isn't that a coincidence? It really is. I'm not saying it was planned, but don't y'all find that interesting? That a blue blanket was over her body when JJ was found with a folded up blue blanket on him. The next image shows a mat, towels, and clothes on the floor next to the bed. I'm not saying that this is a ritualistic thing with the blue blanket. I'm not. I'm just saying, don't y'all find that weird? Y'all really think that Alex and Chad are going to fold up a nicely kneaded blanket on top of JJ, and then here you have a blue blanket over Tammy? The next image shows Tammy's body on the bed under a dark blue and black comforter, and you can see her head. The next image is a close-up of Tammy dead on the bed. She had some reddish pink foam on her mouth that was running down her cheek. Y'all, this is devastating. Greenhoff says she has never responded to another death where foam was present. The next photo is zoomed in on Tammy's face. Greenhoff did not move Tammy's body, but when other deputies arrived, they moved it to make an assessment. The next photo shows the pink foam at Tammy's mouth. Y'all, I just pray that that pink foam and that red stuff going down her cheek there, I hope that was something that that damn asshole didn't know was going to come out. They covered her up. Maybe they thought she looked all clean and everything, but that stuff could have come out, proven, perhaps, I'm not saying, but maybe it'll be confirmed, this asphyxiation. This cause of death, manner of death, homicide. Obviously, it has to be that, or they wouldn't have charged Chad Daybell with the actual first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell and conspiracy to commit murder on his wife. Planemaker 10 Fly says drugs all the way. Karen Hollis says they strangled her or put a pillow over her face to suffocate her. Kelly Fitzgerald, I don't know if Chad had scratches on his neck. You know, that would have been important for them to at least look at Chad and see if he had any marks on him from a struggle. We are now seeing a very close-up image, y'all, of Tammy's face. And there's more pink foam coming out of her mouth. Y'all, Greenhoff says Tammy had a small bruise on her arm. As many of y'all know, bruising does not occur post-mortem. Okay? It doesn't. I mean, I think that's right. Am I right? Bruising does not occur post-mortem. Right, Renee. Am I right? Mariah Sistolis is pulmonary embolism. Okay, so here we go, y'all. So this couldn't be Chad and Garth putting her back on the bed after death, causing that bruise. Could this be that she was still alive when they put her back on the bed? Or could this be that bruise is there in the throes of murdering her? The next image is a close-up of Tammy Daybell's face at the morgue. The pink foam has been removed. Blake has no further questions, and Jim Archibald will be cross-examining Greenhoff. Karen Holland says they probably held her down. Nadine Hansen says pink foam happens in strangulation. Right now, we have this deputy that came in. Her name is Greenhoff. She's on the stand. She's the one that came to Tammy Daybell's house and saw where she was when she was dead. And The state is through asking questions, and now Archie is asking questions to this deputy. Archie asked Greenhoff what time she responded to the Daybell's house. She says it was around 6 a.m. Archie asked Greenhoff why she didn't ask Chad why he waited 20 minutes to call 911. She says she did not specifically ask Chad that. 20 minutes, y'all, before calling 911. And why didn't the deputy ask that? I guess that goes right along with the Chandler Police Department when they found out that Alex and Lori waited to call 911 over Charles Vallow's murder. Why didn't they ask him about that? I mean, at the initial interview, he never said nothing. He said he called 911. Bodies don't move if they are deceased. For her to fall off the bed, she would have been alive at this point, says Archie. He asked if CPR had been performed on Tammy between 5:40 a.m. and 6 a.m., and she responds, to my knowledge, it was not performed. Archie has nothing more. And that's a great point, y'all. Let me say it again. Bodies don't move if they're already dead and deceased. For her to fall off the bed, she would have still been alive at this point. And Archie points out, he asked if CPR had been performed on Tammy between 5:40 a.m. and 6 a.m. And she responds, to my knowledge, it was not performed. Now listen, Archie obviously doesn't have a dog in this fight about Chad Daybell murdering Tammy Daybell. He does have a dog in the fight about Lori being accused and charged with conspiracy to commit murder on Tammy. So he doesn't have a problem pointing out these inconsistencies about Chad Daybell. None at all. Because ultimately what he's got to defend against is whether Lori Hussey Daybell conspired to murder Tammy Daybell. So he is, y'all, giving us a really good point here. If she fell off the bed, she'd still be alive. Remember yesterday, y'all? Chad told Samantha Williams she fell off the bed dead. No, when you're falling, you're still alive. No CPR was even tried. This is very important, y'all, I think. What do y'all say? What do y'all say? This is something, I don't know. I mean, maybe the Rays have said something before. No CPR was performed. The fact that, and then, of course, Chad's telling them that she got herself all twisted up in the sheets and her torso and head fell off the bed. If you're trying to picture that, it would seem when she did, he'd run over there, he would put her down on the floor, try CPR. Y'all, Archie makes a brilliant point. He don't give a shit if Chad murdered Tammy. He only gives a shit on whether or not the state is trying to prove that Lori conspired to kill Tammy. You see what I'm saying? Because Lori wasn't charged with first-degree murder of Tammy. She was only charged with conspiracy to commit murder on Tammy. Now, Blake has some follow-up questions and asks if it appeared Tammy had only been dead 10 or 20 minutes, and Greenhoff says it appeared she had been dead longer than that. I don't know why Archie and Thomas don't object to this, because this is a deputy. This isn't a medical professional. Tammy's body was cold to the touch, but she could not determine if rigor mortis was setting in. Blake has no further questions. This would have been a question for the attended medical person, the coroner who came there. And I'm assuming they're going to come in there. I think some mistakes have happened on all of this, y'all. Obviously, 10 days before, Tammy's calling police about somebody shooting at her. The fact that this was just so quickly wrapped up. Right, Kathy Barella. I don't think the police department took that long to respond. And honestly, I don't think the deputy here or anyone else that came there through official purposes took this serious. Sloppy work, Illegally Blonde says. Somebody says, who wrote this sloppy script? Tara Setmeyer says, clowns. Mayberry RFD says, Lori. That poor woman, says Stephanie SG. None of this makes sense. None of it, says Miss DMC. Okay, y'all. The next witness up is Cammie Wilmore. Wilmore is a Fremont County advanced EMT, okay? Blake will be questioning her. Right, Pam V. Common sense. This is how they do it in Rexburg. Vixtech says, wasn't the cops suspicious at all? Jennifer Esslinger, tangle up equals alive, moving equals alive. I couldn't agree more. So we are now, y'all, going to be hearing from the EMT that showed up over there at Chad Chin serial killer's house. And Lindsay Blake will be questioning her. Yes, definitely. Paisley Dream says, I hope law enforcement does better for future victims. Yes, I hope a lot is learned from this. All the way back to Chandler, Arizona, I hope they've updated that crap. Because I'm going to tell you what, when you've got somebody in a body cam saying she's wanting to murder me, and then they can't put 2 and 2 together on it, give me a break. And then you got this stuff going on. You know, if they would have just looked into it, they'd have found out Chad Daybell was having an affair with a damn hussy. You know? And then they could have said, well, how many times does a husband get rid of his wife for his damn whore? Now, this Cammie Wilmore, who is an EMT, has been doing this work for 14 years and was a medical assistant for 40 years. Wilmore was the deputy coroner, y'all, in Fremont County in 2019. And Wilmore says, I will go on calls when the coroner is not available. I live in St. Anthony and respond to deaths in that area. I go in, access the body, pronounce time of death, try to gather information on why the person is deceased. Negligence, y'all. Pure negligence. Just think. They're able to get what they're able to get after exhuming her body almost 2 months later. Well, if they can do that after she's been in the ground 2 months, don't you think they could have found that out from the get-go without having to go down this road? I know. Some of y'all say, well, KJ, they didn't know that this was really as big as it was. They didn't realize that until the kids went missing. Well, I'll tell you what, Charles Vallow was murdered in Arizona. And maybe they didn't know it was murder and they were investigating it at the time. But you'd think these people would have been keeping a tight eye out for Lori, who was up Chad Daybell's ass the whole time. Now, Wilmore says she was fairly new as a deputy coroner and had responded to 5 unattended deaths before October of 2019. She was called to the report of Tammy Daybell's death, and when she arrived at the house, Chad Daybell was at the house. He was distressed, y'all. He was so distraught, appropriately so, saying he had found his wife dead. Well, I guess appropriately so, because he found his wife dead. Was it appropriate for Chad Daybell to be texting Lori the day of Tammy Daybell's funeral after the fact? Was there anything appropriate about Chad Daybell calling Lori's husband, who's been murdered, funeral home, asking on pricing there? Give me a break. There was nothing appropriate about any of it. And I know, y'all, these people couldn't have known what we knew, but damn. It was just every damn time, y'all, from the get-go of all of this, all the way back to Joseph Ryan, y'all. If people would have just put two and two together, so many lives could have been saved. Now, Wilmore had never responded to an asphyxiation death before. Chad told Wilmore Tammy got sick around midnight and was in the bathroom vomiting. He said she became okay and went back to bed. Chad said Tammy was in menopause and liked to sleep with her leg outside of the bed. Later on, he said he heard Tammy fall out of the bed. He said he got up and she was out of the bed with her head and body down with one leg twisted in the blanket. He got up after she fell out of bed, y'all. This is just me talking to myself. She fell out of the bed, so he got up, and she was out of the bed with her head and body down with one leg twisted in the blanket. And she was cold and not breathing at the time. I don't believe that for 1 minute. And y'all, Archie just proved the point. If he immediately got up, what are we talking about here? She immediately dies and she's cold to the touch? Give me a break. She was cold and not breathing at the time. And then, of course, let's follow that up with, why didn't he call 911 right then and there? Why didn't he try to perform CPR right then and there? Give me a break. Now, Wilmore says the county coroner called her and asked her to respond to the house because Wilmore was closer. Lindsay Blake shows Wilmore the photo of Tammy lying on the on the bed, under the blanket. Now, Wilmore says when she walked in, Tammy had foam coming out of her mouth, quite a bit of foam. And Wilmore says that was odd. When Wilmore touched Tammy, she realized Tammy had been dead for a while because she was so cold and her body was stiff. And this EMT here is saying that this foam was so odd that she was cold and her body was so stiff, like she'd been dead a while, and yet they're gonna damn say natural causes? Why are they coming out and saying this shit now? They should have been saying it at the time. Get for real. Does anybody know why Chad Daybell brought up this menopause thing? Because I'm telling you now, I've never heard. I'm sure there's something out there, some weirdness that somehow menopause helped her die or something. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, I'm going through all that. I'm going through the hot flashes. And, I don't know, y'all. It's just, to me, It's a little too late, in my view. Obviously, Archie has brought out a point, y'all. How about this, y'all? Wilmore believes Tammy had been dead for a few hours. She was 49, so this was unusual because she's not that old. I was looking for things on her neck, bruising, scratches, those kinds of things. She observed bruises on her forearm, but they didn't look new. Dead for a few hours. Y'all can be sure, Ray's on here, y'all can be sure I'm going to sit down and I'm going to look. I'm going to write it out like a story form to make it look like a timeline and try to get the mechanics of all of this to prove that this is a crock of shit. It is. It's a crock of shit. Yeah, I get it, DMA Debbie. I understand. There's many of us, whether we're going through menopause or not, some of us like to have that leg out from under the cover. What I'm saying is why even bring that up? I mean, he brings that up along with twisting one leg into the covers. I don't know. I haven't really had time to absorb it. Now, Blake shows a close-up photo of Tammy's face, and Wilmore describes a pink frothy foam. Wilmore was wondering what caused it, and she thought it could have been a congestive heart failure. And I know there are some rays on here that said that could be a sign of that. Isn't that interesting? Joseph Ryan dies of congestive heart failure. Alex Cox dies of congestive heart failure. And now you got Tammy Daybell, where they're thinking she might have died from congestive heart failure. Coincidence? I think not. Right. A lot of heart deaths, says Mom on the case. I think Alex's cause of death was a little bit different from but I think it did have something to do with his heart. Now, Wilmore has never been to a death scene where she saw pink foam. And Wilmore says, it caused me enough concern that I got on the phone and looked up poisoning. I also looked up foam just because I thought it was weird, and I had not seen that before. There was nothing to indicate Tammy's head hit the nightstand. Wilmore says, Coroner Brenda Dye then arrived on the scene and Wilmore deferred to her. Wilmore asked Chad if Tammy had been ill. He said she had not been well for the past month and didn't go to the doctor. And y'all, we know Brenda Dye was at the grand jury. So it makes sense that Brenda Dye is also going to testify. Again, y'all, we are going till 1:30 p.m. today, Idaho time, and it is 11:03 a.m. right now. Excuse me, not 11. At their time, it's a.m. And so we've got about 2 more hours of this before it will be called for the day and the weekend. Also, y'all, the audio will be out this evening and we will all hear Tammy Daybell's voice. I'm glad I'm going to get to hear it. Lisa, it's my understanding is you You can request an autopsy, but it has to be a request put in Idaho. Wilmore asked to see Tammy's medications. There were herbs and natural type medicines, but nothing abnormal. Chad told Wilmore Tammy had been lightheaded. Wilmore says on the scene they have no medical records from the person, but they rely on what family members tell them. So they were relying on a serial killer who'd already murdered the children, or helped murder the children. Also, I believe, even though charges hadn't been filed, he helped murder Charles Vallow through his conspiratorial, him being a conspirator too. Also, this person that this EMT person, this coroner, whatever, relies on, this serial killer who also was in league with Alex and Lori to try to take Brandon out for his life insurance. And may I add, Melanie Pulaski was probably part of that too. So when Brenda Dye, the coroner, arrived, she took over, and Wilmore would have determined if an autopsy was needed if the coroner was not there. But because Dye was on the scene, Wilmore didn't make the call. Chad Daybell did not want an autopsy performed as Dye and Wilmore were discussing the option. He said no. Wilmore says she had concern for Tammy's death because of her age and the phone. So again, y'all, I don't know if they're going to go on to say anything else, but we were led to believe that Chad gave this decision to his kids, and they were the one that said no. I guess what it was, the information was he got with his kids. The kids said, "No, Dad, we don't want to do it." And so he came back and said no. That's what his kids wanted. Give me a break. Blake asked Wilmore if at any time she had heard the names JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Alex Cox, or Lori Vallow, and at that time, she had not. Blake has no further questions, and Archie has no questions for Wilmore. She is released from the stand. It has been echoed many, many times throughout this last 2 years how in the world this could have went on the way it did. It's always easy for us to look back and say, if only they'd done this or they'd done that. But you know, y'all, every time they got away with something, you know they were saying, look, this is divine. We got away with it. Blah, blah, blah. You know it had to happen. So Wilmore is being released, and so I'm assuming this Brenda Dye is coming on the stand. Or, let's see. Yeah, I would say that's who's up next, y'all. It hasn't been confirmed yet. But I honestly do like the way the state has been presenting their case in chief. For instance, they've got Tammy's sister who testifies, and then they bring in this medical stuff, these law enforcement things and all of that in the middle of it all. I think it is very seamless and cohesive, in my opinion. What do y'all think so far? Do y'all think the state has, because they have to think about where they're putting all of these witnesses in line. Do y'all think this is going well? I do, Linda Nolan. I do want to see Melanie Pulaski on the stand. Little Lady Di says they're doing a great job. Renee says, I think so. Language of Horses says, I think so. Mariah Sestola says the state is doing a great job. Slow and steady, says April Gann. Nita Smith says, absolutely. Diana McDonald says, yes. And Gloria Fritz says, yes, I do. Y'all, I think it's going pretty well. Cynthia Meyer says, yeah. Seeking Justice says, I think so. All right, y'all. Fremont County Coroner Brenda Dye is called to the stand, and Lindsay Blake will question Dye. And again, y'all, as my cats have trained me, I've got to let another cat out. I'm sure another one's going to want to be in a few minutes. I feel like this is a revolving door. Come on if you're going. You want to scratch on the door? Go. Sorry, y'all, but I've got 4 cats, and they absolutely just cannot make up their mind whether they're going in or out. Now, Deborah Tutela says, I heard that Garth will not testify, that he's released from his subpoena. Well, if that's true, that's disappointing. I know CHP, but I don't, we don't have doggy or kitty doors. I probably should, but now, Brenda Dye has been an EMT for 5 years and an advanced EMT for 20 years. Elfo, they've had Samantha William on the stand. They've had several, the 911 calls. We found out that this evening when audio comes out, that Tammy Daybell's voice, we're going to get to hear on the 911. This was about the shooting on October 9th of 2019. We also have gotten a little bit step further on that on October 19th. We're finding out serious details about Tammy's death. Brenda Dye, the coroner who showed up at Tammy's after this Wilmore, who was the first one on the scene, she is on the stand now, being questioned by Lindsay Blake. So this is specifically about Tammy Daybell, y'all. Everything from the Samantha talking about Chad and Tammy's relationship and how there were strange things that Samantha had just seemed kind of off. Then you got this attempt on Tammy. Then you've got her murder. Now, Brenda Dye was elected in 2018. She took office in January of 2019. She did a week-long coroner school in Las Vegas and a training in Boise. She had never been a coroner before. Her duties include responding to all unattended deaths. She makes sure the bodies get to the correct facilities. She conducts investigations, and she certifies the cause of death. Again, as many of us know, initially they thought this was all natural causes. Just before 6 a.m. on October 19th of 2019, Brenda Dye was called to an unattended death. She called Wilmore to respond because Wilmore lived closer than Dye. And Dye says the reporting party was very distressed and upset, so I had the deputy coroner go so she could meet me on the scene. You know what's interesting? What's interesting about that? Y'all remember Melanie Gibbs' secret phone call? Chad says, Tammy, she'd been so sick for so long, and I begged her to go to the doctor. Her heart was failing her. Does he say anything about she went to bed with a cough and that was that? No. He knew after the fact what they were going to say about it. That's what he's telling Melanie Gibb. Right, dodging bullets. Tammy was practicing for a marathon, but she just kills over dead. And remember, Samantha Williams said she was fine when she saw her. I'm waiting on a refresh, y'all. Chad told Heather Daybell she had pulmonary edema because she had gained 40 pounds, says Miss DMC. I guess he can't keep his story straight, just like he can't keep his story straight on who Lori is. Is she an empty nester? Did Tylee die 2 years before Chad met her? What are we talking about here? Chad tells everyone something different about everything. Now, Brenda Dye arrived after Wilmore. Dye says Chad was clearly distraught, upset, crying that his wife was deceased. She says she didn't observe anything that caused concern. Before going back to see Tammy's body, Dye spoke with Wilmore and Greenhoff in the kitchen of the home. Chad and Garth told Brenda Dye that they moved Tammy's body back on the bed. Chad said when Tammy fell out of the bed, he felt her and she was cold. He yelled for Garth and he came in to help his help him move the body back on the bed. I think Nate's gotten some words mixed up here. So again, he yelled for Garth and he came in to help move the body back on the bed. I don't know about y'all, but I've never known anyone to fall off the bed you're dead and you're cold all right in that moment. Yes, Roxy, I believe it. Chad did use his son. Does that mean Garth knew that this was going to happen? No. I don't believe that at all. Yeah, and Gibson. I'm sure Chad probably he needed a witness. I cannot confirm that Garth is not testifying. I just have to take, I'm going to take this person's word on here for it, that he's been released from that. I'm sure it's true, but like I said, I can't confirm it. Playmaker says Garth did say he heard a big thump. Roxy thinks, but Chad gave it a little time before calling Garth. Chad says that Tammy had a coughing fit the night before and threw up in the toilet. He said both he and Garth saw Tammy throw up in the toilet. Can y'all believe this shit? Has anyone heard that before from Garth or anyone else? Tammy went back to sleep after the episode, Chad said. Blake now shows a photo of the bedroom with Tammy in the bed. Language of Horses says, nope. So now Garth saw. Now let's back up a little bit. Garth never says that he saw his mother throwing up in the toilet. He never says that. He does say that he heard his dad go, Garth, Garth, hurry quick. And Garth, this is what Garth says. Never said a word. And why would Garth go in there in the middle of the night to watch his mother throw up in a toilet? Right? Gabrielle Scholl says, I do not trust Garth. I mean, y'all do remember, the Rays on here remember Garth saying that Dad said that he was in his room, remember? He talked about it in that interview. He said, and I heard Dad yell, Garth, Garth. And she was already dead. Folks, these people are idiots. Now, Brenda Dye says there was a blood-tinged sputum, I guess that's spit or something, coming from Tammy's mouth. Before this call, Dye had responded to 20 deaths. None of them had been death by asphyxiation. As an EMT, Dye had seen the sputum, or I guess that means spit, before, had seen the spit before. She noticed a kitchen hand towel that Chad had used to wipe his wife's face with the towel. Brenda Dye also used the towel to wipe away the spit, but it kept coming out of Tammy's mouth. Y'all, to me, it seems like that's some kind of undetectable poison, y'all. That's just I'm not a medical professional, but it's coming out, and she's already cold to the touch and stiff, and yet it's still coming out of her. You know, kind of like Alka-Seltzer, you know, the little plop, plop, fizz thing you put in water, and it starts to fizz up. I'm not saying that's what was coming out. I'm saying that's what I'm picturing. Something. Yes, CHP, that is important. Lisa Fisher says it's got to be poison. I thought it was sputum. Well, Rainy April, he's saying sputum, but I say spit. And, you know, if I had my way, I'd be spitting all over Chad and Lori Daybell. I'd get up a good, hearty loogie. That's what I call them, a big old snot-filled loogie, and I'd spit right in their face. There you go. They deserve it. Now listen to this, y'all. Brenda Dye says there was some lividity on Tammy's back where the blood pools at the lowest point of the body due to loss of circulation. Lindsay Blake is showing Dye the photos of Tammy after she died. On one photo, you can see some bruising on the upper right arm. You think so, Paisley Dreams? She was already dead, and then she fell. But if she was already dead in the bed, how does she make it to the floor? I mean, if you're dead, you're not moving anymore, right? Badger says, this pulling, y'all, that we're talking about here, it indicates the position of the body. It's called the lividity, where the blood pools at the lowest point of the body due to the loss of circulation. Again, I don't know why they're asking Brenda Dye and this other woman over things that seem pretty damning to us now that they're testifying. The only excuse that's coming out in the testimony is that they never attended an asphyxiation before. Because back then, they didn't see anything but, in their view, maybe they were just lazy about the whole thing. Maybe they had to attend to all these called into the people's homes, and, it was just like rubber stamping things for them. I don't know. These are just things I'm throwing out here. What I'm trying to say is back then, they're testifying about things they saw back then, but yet, ultimately, they say it was natural causes. Brenda Dye asked Chad for more information about Tammy's health, and he said that she'd been feeling really off lately, like she wasn't in her body. Oh, really? Well, maybe maybe that's Chad saying, my wife, she's been, she wasn't in her body anymore, y'all. Tammy was not in her body. Viola's in there now. Don't y'all know? Julie Rowe is knocking on the door. Chad Daybell told Brenda Dye, he said she really been feeling off lately, like she wasn't in her body. Y'all, it is what it is. Of course, we know Brenda Dye didn't know what Chad and all them were talking about. Chad said Tammy had been having some fainting episodes, including one at the temple where she passed out on the floor. Chad said Tammy had very low blood pressure and wouldn't go to the doctors. He said she tried to treat everything naturally. Don't y'all find this interesting? Maybe you don't want to hear this, but wouldn't this corroborate if Chad was right that she had been having fainting spells and she was trying to treat herself herbally and all this stuff? Wouldn't that kind of line up with Chad September 8th of 2019 upping her life insurance with her signing? Some of y'all think, oh, KJ, he probably forged it or something. But the state has come out in the indictment saying that Tammy did sign for that up in the life map insurance. Maybe because she had been having some. I'm not saying that Chad is telling the whole truth, and perhaps maybe he was slowly poisoning her. But what I'm saying is that would line up with why he would ask her to up her life insurance, don't you think? When Brenda Dye noticed the spit, that's what I'm calling it, Chad said that Tammy had leg convulsions and said she had seizures. And y'all recall that GHB stuff causes seizures, huh? He did not volunteer this information until Dye asked further questions. So there you go, y'all. Now Chad is adding on to these fainting spells, the fact that she had a bad cough that night. Now he's saying she's had leg convulsions and she's had seizures, which we never heard that before. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me. Went down the wrong pipe. Damn. Okay. Chad never volunteered this information until Dye asked further questions. And Brenda Dye says Chad told her that Tammy slept on the edge of the bed with her leg out of the covers because she was having hot flashes. Excuse me, y'all. I know. Sorry about that. I get to talking, and I keep on keeping on, and then I'm trying to put at bay this damn allergy coming through my sinuses there. All right, now, she went to the doctor and had a sprain on her wrist, but Chad said she was prescribed tramadol. Chad said she had taken all the medicine and there was no pill bottle in the house. Tramadol, I think we've talked about this before, y'all. Wasn't that like a pain reliever and it helped her sleep? Or was it an antidepressant? Tramadol. Tramadol. Right, Marilyn. Who else saw Tammy pass out at the temple? Surely other people were around. Renee says it's a painkiller. A lot of y'all are saying it's painkiller. All right, how about this, y'all? We now see a photo of Tammy's body on the bed. The mattress is a little off of the box spring. Blake asked Brenda Dye if she moved the mattress, and Dye says she did not, and the photo is an accurate description of how the bed looks. Dye did not notice any head bruises. Now, let's stop there. The mattress was a little ways off the box spring there. If Chad had been on the other side of that bed, I mean, he's a full-grown man, how could that mattress have shifted? You see? How could that have happened? Say, you got a picture. Chad's in bed with Tammy. The way he describes it, she went off the bed there. He's laying on the other side of the bed. How is that mattress shifting off the back, the box spring, if he's weighing down the other side of it? Lisa Fisher said it was the struggle. Somebody says the struggle. Judge Chin said he's a damn liar. Struggle, says dodging bullets. He is a freaking liar, Just DD. Brenda Dye says she consulted with the detectives and the morgue about whether to do an autopsy. She says there was nothing suspicious about the scene, but Brenda Dye did ask Chad how Tammy could fall out of bed if she was deceased. Y'all think that's a good question? Well, he said he must have pulled the top sheet when he rolled over in his sleep, releasing her because she liked to sleep on the edge of the bed. Can y'all believe this shit? Oh, for F's sake, says Dodging Bullets. Let me say this again. Brenda Dye doesn't think anything's out of the ordinary, but she goes on. I mean, if you don't think nothing's out of the ordinary, then why would she ask Chad how Tammy could fall out of bed if she was already deceased? And he said he must have pulled the top sheet when he rolled over in his sleep, releasing her because she liked to sleep on the edge of the bed. And folks, didn't Chad say earlier that one of her legs was twisted up in the sheet? Give me a break. Which is it, Chad? She's got a leg twisted in the sheet 1 minute, and the next minute, when he rolls over, the sheet releases her. For God's sake. Karen Holland says, Tammy trying to get as far away from Chad. Could you imagine? Could you imagine sleeping in the same bed with that nasty-ass serial killer? I bet he smells like foot fungus. You know, I bet Chad Daybell stinks. And I'll tell you something else. As nasty as he is, I bet he lit up that bed on a regular basis with all his damn gas attacks. I would absolutely cringe to think that I would have to get into bed with something like that. But guess what, y'all? The hussy sure did. The hussy wanted to be in there with that nasty ass man. Nasty. Gross. She Likes Diamond says Chad probably smells like old, used up socks. Ugh. Right, Harriet? Crackle? Why in the hell? If Tammy is dying and she's got all this pink foam and crap coming out of her mouth, this is her death kill. How the hell? How in the hell does she have a smile on her face? Give me a break. Brenda Dye estimated the time of death for Tammy between 12:30 and 2 a.m. based on the rigor mortis and the lividity in her back. After consulting with detectives, Brenda Dye decided not to have an autopsy done. Chad did not want an autopsy done, and Brenda Dye completed a death certificate for Tammy Daybell. She said that Tammy died of natural causes, y'all. Brenda Dye said that was based on information Chad and one of his daughters gave her. Give me a break. It was Vic's Tech. It was blatantly suspicious. And think about it. She's on the stand now saying, she's asked these questions like, you know, like she almost thinks there's something could be up. But ultimately, she's going to say natural causes. She goes so far to talk to detectives. She goes so far as to talk to this other EMT lady. Now, Brenda Dye eventually attended an autopsy performed by a medical examiner in Utah. And this is a good time, says Judge Boyce, that we take a second break for the day. And folks, we're fixing to find out. When they exhumed Tammy Daybell's body, folks, let me tell you, they're not going to charge Chad Daybell with first-degree murder unless they got at least the manner of death homicide. Maybe they'll have the cause of death, you know? Maybe they're going to, obviously they're saying it's asphyxiation, but what I'm meaning in that, asphyxiation meaning what? What do they base that on? Right? They're not going to charge him in first-degree murder unless they've got something. You think so, Olive? The coroner was Chad's church buddies? So, folks, what we're fixing to, after this break, y'all, we're fixing the same Brenda Dye eventually attended an autopsy of Tammy Daybell's exhumation. And we're going to find out some things, y'all. We're going to find out some things. Donna Shute says maybe abrasions on the inside of the mouth. Red spots, maybe something in her eyes, y'all. Chud says in the UK, everybody gets an autopsy. This is totally illegal here. The whites of the eye, says Lisa Fisher. No, Andrew F. Chad will not dig that. And y'all recall, the Rays on here, we remember when Zulema and Alex was in Las Vegas slapping the body, the baby oil on each other on the bed there, probably taking GHB. Now that we've got more information about this, where Zulema says, I think Alex might have tried to kill me. No, y'all were doing that GHB stuff to get horn dogged out. But anyway, Zulema was telling law enforcement in that interview that Chad and Lori did not believe that Tammy had been exhumed, that maybe this was a scare tactic, or was it that they found out that Tammy had been exhumed? You know, Pam B, that's a good question. Who was Tammy Daybell's doctor? I know they got her medical history. So we are in a break, y'all, but what we're going to get when we come back, we're going to get the bombshell, y'all, I think. We're going to find out exactly how Chad did this. You know, some would say, oh, KJ, it's asphyxiation. That's all it is. Well, if they can tell us why they think it is asphyxiation, then it can give us clues on what we think actually happened that night. Right? Right, Mohawk Mom, y'all? There ain't no coincidences in this evil, diabolical stuff. Alex Cox died the day after Tammy was exhumed. Okay, that was obviously the day that Tammy Daybell was exhumed was December 11th of 2019. So you think about that. October 19th, she's murdered. And then within the next few days, remember, it was Samantha William that said, this was so quick. This was such a quick funeral. So I guess within a few days of her death, she's buried in Utah in the ground. So what, up till maybe October the 25th, and then November, December, that's 2 months later. They obviously have found something with Tammy's body. Roxy said there was blood present on Tammy Daybell's pillow. Well, if she's got stuff running down her cheek and out her mouth. And then they also talk about Chad took the towel and wiped the foam off. You know, he probably thought, oh, crap, let me wipe that off. Not because he was respecting his wife, because he thought, well, damn, this might look bad when they come over here. But that stuff kept coming out, didn't it, y'all? He couldn't stop it. It's just a damn shame that two of these people, a coroner and a deputy coroner, wants to go and rule this natural causes. And y'all know as well as I do, when this does reach Chad's trial, if he has one, John Pryor's going to say the first time they ruled that, that's what it was. They just were ready because of all these other things that was going on between Lori and Alex, because my client Chad didn't have nothing to do with it. They wanted to include Chad Daybell in all this. And they're doing this. They're persecuting my client, Chin Daybell here. The first time, they had two coroners there that said it was natural causes. So they better have something really good about how they're able to change that cause of death, y'all. Because I don't want to be disappointed about it. I don't want to be disappointed about what they're going to say is the reason why Tammy Daybell died of asphyxiation. Michelle Wordle says he's going to plea if it's good evidence. Michelle Wordle, John Pryor, according to Nate Eaton and Christian K. Easton of Difficult Research, said that John Pryor's been in there every day. He better damn buckle up, Buttercup. He better damn tighten those ass cheeks of his and go tell Chad we ain't got a snowball's chance in hell. Because I'm telling you what, Chad Daybell is going down along with this hussy. She's already going down. I'm going to tell you what, I haven't got a bit of concern about her being convicted in this case. I'll tell you one damn thing. If for some snowball's chance in hell, y'all, that one of these jurors hangs the jury in a mistrial, number one, they better not let her ass out on the streets. They better keep her in jail until they can retry her. Because I guarantee you, if y'all think it's going to be dangerous for Lori to be in jail with other people, I guarantee you if they let her walk the streets until her next trial or whatever, she won't be around long. She'll have to hide. What is she going to do? A mistrial? Are they going to let her go? Was she going to leave the courtroom there, walk down the sidewalk, get in a vehicle, run on down to Rexburg, and grab her dead children out of a freezer? I don't think so. I don't think so. And who would take her in anyway? Yeah, that's right, Bullseye. Arizona is there. And I've told the Rays many times, Arizona is the backstop. Arizona is something where if Idaho wants to screw around and mess this up, you got Arizona waiting in line. And hopefully, we will hear something more about the attempt on Brandon Boudreaux's life. Because make no mistake, that storage unit video of Chad, Lori, and Alex speaks volumes about the attempt on Brandon Boudreaux's life. Lori will never walk the streets again. I'm just putting hypotheticals out there. I understand that, Paul Top. Casey Anthony is out there enjoying her life. But I guarantee you this. She ain't living a normal life. She ain't living a normal life. Candace Barr says, hell yeah, send Lori here to Arizona. Bullseye says Casey Anthony isn't free. I guess that depends on what you mean by that. Yes. Yes. Definitely. So we're in a break, y'all. We're 12 minutes into that break, according to Nate Eaton. Well, I'll tell you what, Lisa Fisher. I hope that Lori is sent over there to, in Arizona to Jodi Arias's prison. I think those two women could probably get along real well. I'm sure they will absolutely do yoga stance together in a sexualized manner, if you know what I mean. I think Jodi Arias and Lori would be an awesome couple. Don't y'all? An evil, awesome couple. Of course, I was hoping that the death penalty would stay on the table for Lori, where she could join Robin Rowe, the only woman who's sitting on death row in Idaho. But that dream has been dashed. Well, it is a possibility, though, that Lori walks free if it isn't guaranteed. Yeah, Mohawk Mom, I've been thinking, too, what are they going to tell us? What are they going to tell us now? is there evidence that they have collected over Tammy Daybell's exhumation? They're not saying she died of poisoning. They're saying it's asphyxiation. So there has to be something there, y'all. Something that they can really, it's not something subtle, but something right down to it. Because, folks, it's not easy to change a death certificate from natural causes to homicide. You got to have the goods. Dodging bullets, I sure hope not, but you bring up a good point. Can they say that she choked on her own vomit and that's what caused the asphyxiation? But again, they've said that they charged Chad Daybell with murder. So I'm hoping that, this is just me hoping that they say this is asphyxiation. And if she did choke on her own vomit, maybe they can say asphyxiation due to what? Poison or drugs or something. Excuse me. Golly. Sneezing, y'all. Sneezing. It's almost like sneezing my brains out. GHB. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, Danny, we heard now, we didn't know this, that there was some bruising on her forearm, on one of them. The bottom line is you can't change something into homicide from natural causes unless you got the goods. And you sure as hell ain't going to go out here and charge someone with first-degree murder of their wife unless they have the goods. Thank you, y'all. Yes, see, I am. Okay, Jay has to eat a chocolate Kit Kat in order to medicate my allergies. Broken blood vessels in the eyes. And everybody keeps saying at the hands of someone else. Miss DMC says, I'm medicating with Twizzlers. Sometimes you just gotta have the sugar. Sugar, oh, honey, honey. Life is short. That's right. That's what I said. Bunny bread. The hyoid bone broken is a sign of strangulation. Great point, Mary Rose. We're still 17 minutes into a second break for the day. Bullseye is medicating with cheese puffs. I like cheese puffs too. But I really like the Cheetos, not the puff ones. I like the Cheetos because I honestly do like to find the shapes in them as I eat them. I guess old KJ is a little strange, but I do so love Cheetos. Roxy said I had steak and a little wine. Y'all, we're waiting on this break. Thank y'all for being patient with me. All right, here we go. Let's see. No, I thought that was a new one. Poisoning can cause asphyxiation, says Jill Schneider. Oh, I love Chinese food, Carrie Guide. No, Tina Redding, they're not going to be taking a lunch break today, but this is their second break they're having. They're only going to go till 1:30 Idaho time. In other words, 2 hours this afternoon. They're not going to be at the end there. The last 2 hours, they're going to not even have. And then we all have the weekend. The Rays on here know I'll be with them tomorrow evening in the Ray Room chat room. Now, Olive says choking on vomit is not asphyxiation. Which one of y'all want to get on here and copy and paste what the definition of asphyxiation is? That'd be nice, because when I think of asphyxiation, I think cutting off air supply. But if anybody feels so inclined, please go Google asphyxiation and put the short definition in the comments for all the wonderful people on here. And if I see it, I'll read it out loud. Right, John Coombs. That's a good point. If she choked on her vomit, there would be vomit in her lungs. But then again, y'all, how much did they do? They looked at her at the time. They didn't do anything to her. What if there would have been vomit in her lungs? When they exhumed her body, maybe they could go back and say that there was nothing in there. But at the time, they didn't do anything but just freaking take Chad and them's word for it. GMA Debbie says being deprived of oxygen. Kathleen Curvis says asphyxiation is the state of being deprived oxygen. Deborah Tutela, you're not getting enough oxygen in your body, causes would be allergic reactions, drownings. That's true, Gabrielle Scholes. If she was embalmed, there wouldn't be a lot to find. And I remember when we talked about this, the Rays and I, when we first started on this case, what could they actually find? She's been in the ground for 2 months. And then, of course, y'all, we discussed JJ and Tylee as well. Still waiting, y'all. It's been 22 minutes. You know, I don't know, Kelly, if Mormons embalm or not. You know, it would seem to me, y'all, they're not taking a lunch break, and they're cutting 2 hours out of this today. And I understand that these jurors probably need a bathroom break or something, but damn. I mean, these breaks are going on twice already within the first few hours. During the week, it was like a mid-morning break and then lunch. They've already had 2 damn breaks. I mean, we're into 23-minute breaks so far, y'all. What are they doing? You know, there's a big possibility that he gave her some GHB. She got knocked unconscious, and then he damn smothered her out. All right, gotta get my cord. All right, y'all, we're waiting on this dang break that's gonna last forever. Let me get the cord because my power's going down on my state-of-the-art iPhone. Honey. Well, maybe it'll stay. Maybe, just maybe it'll stay. If it don't, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Oh well, y'all, the phone's probably gonna fall. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I don't know what to do about it. Let's just hope it stays, y'all. It's okay, Jay. I had it 100% charged. And it usually lasts the morning and then in the afternoons when I'm having my problems. And y'all, it is 25 minutes into a second break for the day. What are these people doing? I mean, this is a triple murder case here. Y'all are not taking the whole damn day to take this serious enough to take 2 hours off in the afternoon. Y'all won't let cameras in the courthouse. You take days off when you want. Stupid. How do we... Not we, but how do they? How do they justify taking 2 hours off testimony this afternoon? And this is the second damn break. It's 26 minutes in. What are they doing? I don't want the people on this live stream having to wait any more than they got to. It's enough damn problem that we've got to do it this way. No, you ain't doing it. You are not doing it. By God, we're gonna damn handle this. We gotta wait. Just hold on a minute. We're gonna handle this. I'm tired of this crap. For goodness sake. We're gonna handle it. Stupid. That's what it is. Freaking expensive ass phone. Won't even stay charged. We're gonna do it, folks. Now, and you wanna know how I did that? I got a shoebox, all right? This is a technological wonder here. I got a shoebox, and I put a hole in the side of the shoebox, and then on the lid, I put another one. I run my cord through the side and up through this is a shoebox. Then I have a cup sitting behind my iPhone. This is what you call the setup of a country bumpkin. All right? Now, let's get back to this. Well, we're already 28 minutes into a break here. Almost 30 minutes, half an hour. Sorry I'm sounding grouchy, y'all, but damn. This phone is a good phone, and it's really been there for me, but it just seems like, and I don't have any other pages up on it to run anything on it, and I 100% charge it, and it will, since we've started this, y'all, it'll last in the morning, and then I'm charging it during the lunch break, and it's maybe 50 or 60% charged when I come back. I have to do it this way. Well, this morning it decides it's going to do this low crap on me again. It's ridiculous. And now, folks, we are 29 minutes into a second break for the day. It's really hard for everyone who wants to follow this trial that we have to do it this way. That there's no cameras, in the courtroom, there's nothing like that. It's so damn disappointing that it has to be done the way it is. So now it's been 30 minutes, y'all. And I apologize. I ain't really got a whole lot to say other than they really enjoy taking their breaks. Oh, I don't think so, Paul Top. Ain't nobody gonna touch old KJ with any of that evil shit. This is my own stuff. Well, Barbourne, Tennessee is a gorgeous place. It's wonderful. It's very rural unless you go into the big cities like Knoxville, Memphis, or Nashville. It's very beautiful. Lots of waterfalls, creeks, rivers, lakes. Lots of vegetation. Beautiful. Lots of wildlife. Someone says, I didn't see it, but said there must be something that they're dealing with right now. But really what it comes down to is we want to know why they called it asphyxiation and homicide on Chad Daybell doing this to his wife. We want to know the particulars. We want to know why they're charging Chad Daybell with first-degree murder. Because he does deserve to be charged with that. Yes, he did murder her. I don't give a shit if Alex was there or not. At this point, Chad Daybell is a piece of crap. They said 12:15, Harriet Crackle. My God, that would be 45 minutes of a break. What are they doing? Don't nobody have to take a shit that long. And they're not eating lunch. What are they doing? Are they back there playing checkers? Okay, Bismo Funyuns has just posted some comments there. So y'all be sure to read the comments. There's a lot of information going on in here, and I appreciate that. Again, OKJ's just in my home using a cell phone. What you doing, Miss Kitty? Come here and give Mama a kissy. I love her. I love her. Come here. What? What? Come here. Well, you want me to pet you, but you don't want me to pick you up. Okay. You want to see the kitty? I know, Shay. I don't like to do it. This is Miss Kitty, y'all. She's elderly, but she's my girl. She was my mama's cat. She don't want to be picked up. But that's her. Quit your whining. Okay. This is the longest we've ever had to wait in a break, y'all. We knew that a lunch hour is a lunch hour. This is the longest break we've ever had. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to, both defense teams, Chad and Lori's defense teams, are going to blame Alex. But anyone in their right mind who hears all the evidence can see that Alex was up Lori and Chad's ass so bad. There's no way that Alex could have done all this without Chad and Lori knowing what he was doing. You add things on top of that, like Lori taking pictures of ammo on shelves, and Chad is constantly on a burner phone with Alex here and there. The fact that, I mean, you would have to believe that Chad and Lori knew nothing about Alex doing this, which is impossible because these are her children and she wants to know, even if Alex lied to her and said, Lori, I took the kids to a bunker. The bottom line is that there's no way, no matter how you look at it, there's no way because if you come up with an answer on why you could believe that Alex did this alone, there's always something in the whole environment around it that goes against that. So it's nothing to say, yes, Alex did this by himself, says John Pryor and Archie. They can say that all they damn well want, but the evidence does not back that up. Hey, Beach Bum. We're in the middle of the longest damn break in court history. I'm being sarcastic. We're 37 minutes into it. And someone on here, I think it's Crackle, said that they wouldn't be back till a quarter after. We should be here in 2 minutes. We have been patient for 2+ years. The victims' family members have been patient for 4. And they want to drag their ass. They want to take 2 hours off testimony today. They want to take days off because they're ahead of schedule. Time is money. Yeah, right, Olive. Seems like they all went to lunch after all. It's ridiculous. So we should be getting back together on this, y'all, in about 2 minutes. Because, I mean, how long do they need to take a break? It is a kangaroo court. taking a lunch, says Nate Eaton. I guess Lori must have got her sack lunch. Zelda, she just went out the door. I've got the door open so I don't have to keep getting up and being the revolving door for my cats. It's 12:15 here. I mean, not here, but in Idaho. So they should be back right now. Or any time now. But that's the whole thing. Nate said that it was only going to go to 8:30 to 1:30 and no one was going to be taking a lunch break. And yet here we are. Paula says it is a lunch break. They had an early lunch today, y'all. I wonder if they all got a chance to go out and do a little shopping and maybe rubbing a little elbows with everyone out on the streets for a little while. Well, I'll tell you, I thought it was a break and not a lunch break, and I didn't think it was going to be for an hour. And if I'd have known that, I would have immediately started doing something other than whining and bitching. So let me just read a couple of comments until they get back because I don't like dead air. Robinette Bannister says, Chad's priesthood blessing for Alex, where all three of them were crying. That is why Alex did Lori and Chad's bidding to accomplish Lori and Chad's missions. Sue Howard says, remember, Chad turned off his GPS on his phone, so that is why only Alex's phone pinged out at Chad's property. I think Chad was there with Alex. Well, Sue Howard, I don't know if Chad turned off his GPS on his phone, but I do know that when Alex was out there during the Tylee thing, he was in that backyard. Chad was within 11 minutes of Alex being back there, texting Tammy on his phone about the shot and all that. Rayetta Haskins says, remember, KJ, when they were digging in the pet cemetery, they only found a dog and a cat. No raccoon was found. And let's also remember this, y'all. When they dug down, the first thing they found was the dead pets. They didn't find Tylee first. Adam V says that damn hussy is in such denial, laughing and conversing with her attorneys, refusing to look at the images, all dolled up instead of in jail garb as she should be. She thinks she's in the clear because she's feeling confident. There's no direct evidence showing she and Toadface were the ones that mandated Alex to do the dirty work. The circumstantial evidence is overwhelming, and you know good and well that the jurors can see right through it all. The record does show she was done with JJ. The record does show she categorized JJ and Tylee as zombies. And best of all, and thank you, Summer, she was running away in Hawaii, singing, dancing on the beach, and having a jolly good time getting married to Toadface, while her kids were buried like garbage in Toadface's backyard. Judgment Day is coming. Don't be sad the death penalty is off the table. You know what the mothers in prison who haven't been able to see their little ones in years are going to do to that damn hussy? The death sentence would be an act of mercy with what she's going to be facing. And can't you see her defense prepping up to turn on Toadface? Stock up on your popcorn because you'll be needing it. And let's not forget Tammy. Toadface strangled her to death. I believe that 100%. And the record shows he was just waiting for her to die because he saw it. And he had a second segment of his life. Which that's a point brought out he was telling these people Tammy was going to die. It had to come about so that it would make him look like he had some freaking priesthood seeing beyond the veil crap. Now, Iana Austin, or maybe it's Ian Austin, says, I just saw on Idaho News they did include check the tape. They did do a check of the tape and found 2 fingerprints belonging to Alex. Wow. And how interesting and great to learn that so many specialists have different areas when performing examinations. I do not see anything updated on Nate, and someone is saying they're back and showing Tammy's death certificate. So I haven't seen anything. Maybe there's someone else. Y'all watch the comments until Nate comes back. Right, Jennifer. Don't y'all find that interesting that Chad and Lori said, you know, their spouses were going to die in car accidents and things of that sort? Does that sound like God's will? Does that sound like divinity? Y'all, we are still not hearing back from Nate Eaton, and I am sitting here looking. Kathy Barella, this is all about Tammy Daybell. The attempt on her life, also the way that Chad and Tammy were acting according to Tammy's sister, and also when Tammy was murdered, the coroner and the chief coroner. Thank you for letting me know that, Paisley Dreams. Shelly Tarbert, y'all can say whatever you want to about this case on here. It doesn't matter to me. If there's someone seeing a live tweet from someone else and you want to put it on here, that's fine. All we're wanting is the information, whether it's coming from me or anyone else for that matter. Don't say that. Nate isn't being stricken by a zombie. No, Justin Lum is not in the courtroom. He's back in Arizona. Just looking, I hope they don't do it either. But there's some people that go in there into the courtroom and have to have their phones taken away from them, and it just makes it that much more of something that Judge Boyce has to consider, where he says, the hell with this, and takes everything out of there. Because some people want to do whatever they want to do. Y'all, I'm not seeing anything else from Nate Eaton, and I apologize. He would be back in the courtroom. He's been... Here we go. Here it is, y'all. We are back from break. Coroner Brenda Dye remains on the stand, and Lindsay Blake will continue direct examination. Okay. Thank all of y'all on here for being patient about all this. Like I said, I'm just an old country girl from Tennessee, and the Rays and I have been together for over 2 years. This isn't a show. I didn't really have anything. I did have some comments that I felt we could put some dead air to, but the bottom line is thank y'all so much for being patient on this live stream. Again, y'all, Coroner Brenda Dye remains on the stand, and Lindsay Blake will continue direct examination. Y'all, we should find out why they were able to change the natural causes on the death certificate, y'all. We're going to find out how they were able to do it. What is the reasoning? Thank you, Marilyn, and thank all y'all for being so supportive of me going through all this. Y'all know this is, I'm just doing what I can do. Olive says Nate is getting a sugar rush. Thank you, Kathy Varela. Thank all of y'all. Thank you, all of y'all, for being so kind to me. Y'all know that well, the Rays know me. Thank y'all so much. It means a lot to me. It makes me feel like I'm doing something good for everybody and important. Thank y'all. We're still under direct examination. I love y'all too, little lady di, all of y'all. I do, I really do. That's one thing I know for sure. If I mess everything else up, I know for sure. Okay, now, Lindsay Blake shows a close-up photo of Tammy Daybell's face with pink spit coming from her mouth. Chad described to Di that Tammy's head and upper part of her body fell out of bed. And Blake asks, if she had actually fallen out of bed, would you expect to see the phone dripping somewhere else or a different direction, y'all? And Brenda Dye says yes. See, I never thought about that, y'all. Remember how the red was coming down the cheek? Or coming down the cheek, and then the phone was coming down? But if she's falling out of bed the way that Chad says she did, it would be going in different directions. Even if he pulled her around, there would still be indicators that it was a different direction. That makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it, y'all? Boom, says Olive. Now, Brenda Dye says when she grabbed the towel in the bedroom, it had residue on it, so it appeared Chad had tried to wipe her face. So, what is she saying? Maybe Chad thought that he could just get rid of all that when they showed up. Then there wouldn't be no direction at all, but it just kept coming. I don't know, y'all. I don't know what she's meaning by this. Stationary position, says CHP. That phone would have been in her hair too, says Mohawk Mom. Great point. Goodness gracious. Hi, Adam V. I read your big long comment there. I just had to do that. All right, y'all. Now listen up. Brenda Dye attended the autopsy on Tammy conducted by a medical examiner in Utah. Brenda Dye says the medical examiner determined the cause of death as asphyxiation and manner of death was a homicide. Dye says she has no reason to dispute those findings. And if they don't tell us why, I'm going to be pissed. Remember, y'all, they couldn't get the manner of death on Tylee, but they got, the cause of death on Tylee, but they did get the manner of death. Well, they got the manner of death and the cause of death on JJ and the manner of death and cause of death on Tammy Daybell. Kaboom, says somebody. Heart, says some Sue Cromer. They better explain. They need to explain to the jurors why they came up with asphyxiation. They better. I'm tired of this half-ass stuff. Maeve TM, she was healthy and hard to kill, in my opinion. Right, Sarah. Why aren't they? They need to go into specificity about why the medical examiner in Utah, when they exhumed Tammy, the cause of death was asphyxiation and manner of death was a homicide. They better explain. I want to know. I want to know, and I know everybody on here wants to know. Blake asked Di if she intends to modify the death certificate in Tammy's case. And Di says yes, she will change the cause of death to asphyxiation with the manner of death homicide. And Blake has no further questions. Can y'all believe this shit? They're going to say that this has all been changed and it's all going to all this, but nobody wants to tell us why. They don't want to tell jurors why. Are you freaking kidding me? Jim Archibald will cross-examine Brenda Dye. Well, maybe Lori's attorney. Maybe Lori's attorney will let us know, because the state of Idaho sure as hell ain't. That's ridiculous. There's got to be a reason why you change it to asphyxiation. It's called your findings. Archie asked if Di has changed the death certificate, and Di says she has not, pending trial, y'all. Are you freaking kidding me? They haven't changed it yet? Pending the trial? And yet this coroner from Utah said it was what it was? Are y'all hearing this? Archie asked what will change at the trial. And Di says when she spoke with Vital Statistics, the cause of death is pending until she changes it. Well, I'll tell you what, Brenda Dye, you've had 2 damn years to change it. Give me a break. Not only does the state of Idaho not want the jurors to know why they've changed it, but now we've got Idaho coroner Brenda Dye, who originally said it was natural causes, who's had 2 damn years to do this, is telling us now that she hasn't changed it yet. Are y'all kidding? Is she kidding me? And the state of Idaho wants to charge Chad Daybell with first-degree murder, and yet they haven't updated even in their own freaking governmental paperwork? For God's sake! Archie asked Di if the time of death has changed for Tammy, and Di says no. She says the original cause of death was pulmonary edema and manner of death was natural causes originally. And Archie asks why it has not changed. And Brenda Dye says it's because of the medical examiner who performed the autopsy. Let me just say this one more time. Archie asks why it has not changed on the death certificate yet. And Brenda Dye says it's because of the medical examiner who performed the autopsy. What the hell? What the hell? This makes no sense, Renee. This makes no sense. Are y'all kidding me that this is what we're dealing with? Dodging bullets? I don't know what the hell's going on here. I'm just reading it. First of all, it's a bombshell that they ain't even got enough damn sense to change the cause of death on an Idaho statistical death certificate to charge Chad Daybell with murder. And now they're saying the reason they ain't done it yet is because of the medical examiner, the one in Utah, who performed the autopsy. Okay, tell us why. Tell us why. Not because, but why? Brenda Dye says she told Chad Daybell there might be an autopsy, and he told her he did not feel it was necessary. And Brenda Dye responded that if they felt it was necessary, they would do one. Brenda Dye says Emma, the daughter, was very adamant about not having an autopsy done. And Garth was also on the scene. He did not voice his opinion. Emma was against it because she didn't want that done to her mom, says Brenda Dye. I don't know if Nate is getting something mixed up, what we're talking about here, but I'm reading it word for word. Garth was also on the scene. He did not voice an opinion, right? Now, Di says she believed Chad Daybell's version of events. She believed it. That's what she's telling Archie. She believed Chad Daybell's version of events. Chad Daybell convinced you and the deputy and the investigator that nothing bad happened, and Di said that was the conclusion. And Archie says has no further questions. And guess what, y'all? Blake has nothing further either. Why would she? Because the state is so damn stupid. Brenda Dye's released from the stand. Y'all, can y'all believe this? This is what the state of Idaho has. No explanation why it was changed. In terms of it being in Utah there. No explanation why it was changed. And really no explanation why it ain't been changed on a death certificate in Idaho. Y'all, this is pathetic. This is not justice. This is not right. How can the state come out through Lindsay Blake and say Tammy died of asphyxiation, and yet they're not going to tell the jurors why? Why it was asphyxiation? Tell us. Is it asphyxiation because of the pink foam? Is it asphyxiation because of the way Tammy was in the bed or this or that? Yes, they testified to this, but they're not specifying why they changed it. And then to top it all off, they're not going to tell us why it ain't been changed on the death certificate in Idaho yet. They want to blame it on the medical examiner in Utah? Give me a break. I don't know. What about the medical examiner, Michelle? They won't tell us. They just said, well, the reason it ain't been changed because of the medical examiner in Utah. Okay, specify what you mean by that. These people are idiots. I just can't believe this. I just cannot believe this. Spencer Cook is the next witness called to the stand. And Cook is the technology director for the Sugar-Salem School District. Tanya Rollins is questioning Cook. And y'all, I guess what the state was trying to do is they laid out the testimony of what was found when all that was there. And maybe they thought that if the jurors heard all that they put their two and two together about it. But ultimately, y'all, that is the shittiest explanation for changing the cause of death from asphyxiation to homicide that I have ever heard in my life. At least when they did initially talk about asphyxiation on JJ, they went on to explain after that it was the plastic bag and tape. And here we are, y'all. It's almost like the state's sitting there with their thumb up their ass. That has got to be the most disappointing thing I have ever... I mean, I've heard some stuff in here that don't make any damn sense. We didn't hear enough of certain testimony of these damn cult members. A lot of questions never got answered for OKJ. But I'll tell you something right now. This is a crock of shit. Now, this Spencer Cook, who is the technology director for the Sugar Salem School District, says the email in the district is stored in two different places. The inbox the user gets, and an archive that only Cook and his team have access to. And Tammy was the librarian at the school. Cook was contacted in April of 2021 by the Fremont County Sheriff's Office for help checking Tammy's email account from June the 29th of 2019. Y'all, this must be about Charles because Charles was not dead yet. Cook says she received 36 emails that week. There were several deleted off her account. I think there were 6 emails that were saved. Y'all, I still am reeling. I really thought we were going to find out why they said asphyxiation. You know, anything. You know, well, when we went back and exhumed her, we noticed the petechia or whatever the hell that is. Or something. They never did. Now, Cook says Tammy was active with her email and knew computers well. Employees were expected to check their email accounts during summer months. In the archive system, Cook says one email was received from Charles Vallow that was in Tammy's deleted folder. Cook says Charles' email address was blocked in her email. It was the only email listed in Tammy's account under the blocked section. Could Chad have gotten into Tammy's email and blocked any access from Charles Vallow getting to Tammy? Or, the other option, did Chad tell Tammy, block this guy? Saltina says Chud blocked it. Chad must have done this, says some of y'all. Chad told her, says Paisley Dreams. It wouldn't surprise me, says Marilyn. It smells like Chad, says Yin Yang. It was Chad, says Private 91. He did, no doubt in my mind, says City K. I agree. He did it, says Trevor. It was Chad, says Renee. Y'all, how would Tammy know that Chad would have blocked it? She probably didn't think nothing. Tanya Rollins has no further questions for Cook, and Archie has no questions. Cook is released from the witness stand. So what testimony did we get in this small little bitty amount here? A hell of a lot more than the reason that they're saying that Tammy Daybell was asphyxiated and the cause and the manner of death was homicide. This little bitty portion here says one of two things to OKJ. Chad either did this, or Chad told Tammy, hey, there's this guy out here that's crazy and him and his wife are in a fight or something. Just block them. I think it was Chad, y'all. I can't see it being anyone else. Dodging Bullet says it was Chad. Now, the next witness is Kelsey Harris. Harris was Tammy Daybell's clogging teacher, and Harris worked for Tammy at the school. Madison County Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Spencer Ramel will be questioning Harris. And y'all, when they say clogging teacher, that's a form of dance. This is Kelsey Harris was a dance teacher for Tammy and also worked with Tammy at school. Badger says it shows that she never received the warning that Charles Vallow sent her. That's what's important. Right. That makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Brenda Dye was one of the ones that transported the kids, and yet earlier she's saying natural causes. You think the woman could put two and two together. These people are disgusting. I don't see Lori being convicted on this charge on Tammy. And again, y'all, Lori's charge is conspiracy to commit murder on Tammy Daybell. The only thing I could see is that the jurors could look back at the prior bad acts and everything that happened, and common sense wise. But at this point, y'all, if that's all they got, if that's all the state has, the question is Tammy Daybell going to be able to get justice off of that crap? I don't know. It's so sad, y'all, because we know Chad murdered her. But if we didn't know anything about this case, y'all, and we were a juror and that's all we heard, now, this Harris, Kelsey Harris, says Tammy was in the clogging class from the end of August, early September of 2019, until the time of her death. Each clogging class was 60 minutes long, and Kelsey says clogging is closer to river dance than singing in the rain. It's a fast-paced activity. Kelsey Harris says in her observation that Tammy never fell behind or quit early because of exhaustion. Her participation was consistent with the rest of her group, and what pops into OKJ's mind is Chad's telling these people, oh, she was fainting in the temple, or she was getting lightheaded and all this other stuff. Well, this woman right here is in a damn dance class with her with this high-paced activity dancing, and you don't see Tammy getting exhausted, getting lightheaded, passing out. Yes, there are healthy inferences and circumstantial evidence, y'all, but I will not step back off this whole damn thing about they should have said more about this updated cause of death of Tammy Daybell. It is, Barb One. It's hard to do that. I mean, most these high energy dance classes, Harris says in her observation that Tammy never fell behind or quit from exhaustion. And Harris attended a high fitness class with Tammy in late September of 2019 in St. Anthony. Harris and Tammy worked out next to each other. That class is very high intensity. We're doing squats. We're jumping jacks. We're doing burpees. We're doing a lot of up and down, Harris says. And God bless Tammy Daybell. She was trying to keep herself in shape. Y'all know what it's like. I've been through it. I'm still going through it. I'm 52 now. Tammy was in her late 40s. We're trying to hold on to some kind of health in our life. We want to still feel vibrant. We want to still feel good about ourselves. And she was taking active actions to try to help herself. Tammy was able to keep up with the class, and Harris did not witness any limitations in her ability to participate. Ramel has no further questions, and Archie has no questions, and Harris is released to go. Now that says more to me. That says more to me about this bullshit about Chad saying she was just getting weaker and weaker. She just wouldn't go to the doctor. Give me a break. This says more to me than that Brenda Dye woman ever did. And it's a damn shame, because this says a lot from this Kelsey girl, and Brenda Dye's testimony should have been more than what it was, in my opinion. Let me tell you what, Chad wasn't going to go work out with Tammy. First of all, he wasn't attracted to his wife anymore. And he himself ain't going to work out. He's too busy pumping it sexually with that damn hooker. That's what was keeping Chad in shape, don't you know? The next witness called to the stand for the state is Shayna Miller. Miller was on the committee to interview Tammy at the school and took a high fitness class with Tammy and her daughter twice a week. Shayna Miller says in the weeks prior to Tammy's death, she appeared very healthy. Clogging is crazy aerobic, says Pie Ido Mickey. Now this is Shayna Miller, y'all. This is she was on a committee that to interview Tammy at the school and took a high fitness class with Tammy and her daughter. Yeah, Emma, right, that's what you're asking. I'm assuming twice a week. It could have been the other daughter, because they had, what, 3 boys and 2 girls? Could have been the other daughter. But ultimately what this is coming down to is Shayna Miller says she seemed very healthy. It was a Zumba class that includes planks, Latin dancing, push-ups, burpees, a lot of squats, jumping jacks. It was high energy, highly aerobic, Miller says. Tammy regularly attended with her daughter between fall of 2018 and fall of 2019. And folks, okay, Jay, y'all gonna laugh at me. A few years back, I went to the recreation center up there in Manchester up there. In our town here in our state, and I took a Zumba class. I did, and I'm gonna tell you what, they had to drag my ass out of there real quick. Old KJ couldn't keep up. I mean, that Zumba stuff, man. I mean, it was fun. It was a lot of fun until KJ said, "The hell with this. This is way out of my league." On the day before, y'all, Tammy died, Shayna Miller saw Tammy checking kids into the lunch line. Shayna says she was happy. She was jovial. She would smile at the kids and compliment them. Tammy did not complain about being sick, and she was not coughing. On Friday, I see her at school. Things are great, and the next morning, I hear that she's passed. It's sad, y'all. It's so sad. Tammy had so much to give to the youth. She worked so hard and really cared about everyone. It's just so sad. Yeah, Chico's mommy. If it was Emma, it could have been the other daughter, though. I think there was more than one girl. Wasn't there 2 girls and 3 boys? So it's not confirming that it's Emma. If there is, in fact, 2 daughters and 3 boys. I'm sure there's 2 daughters. It could have been the other girl. But with that said, even if it wasn't Emma and it was the other daughter, that other daughter would have known if she was attending that class with her mother. Right, Bama Cat says 3 boys, 3 boys and 2 girls. Thank you. Thank you, MJ. Thank you, Lori Wallace. Cindy Kay said the other was pregnant. So, Shayna Miller said there was going to be no funeral and people at her school wanted to honor Tammy. People in the community wanted to honor her. And so Miller says, my principal planned a memorial, printed off the programs, and basically put it together. And Tanya Rollins has no further questions. And Archie has no questions. And Miller is released from the witness stand. Really, Vicky? You have a Galaxy and you prop it up on a large cookie jar and it works great? My brother got me this whole dang thing. Many of the Rays know at Christmas time, he got me this whole setup for when you want a podcast. I mean, this big unit thing. And I hadn't even opened it yet. I don't know if I ever will. It was very thoughtful of him. But OKJ just ain't looking at it like that. Lindsay Blake requests a sidebar and white noise is played in the courtroom. And y'all, in Idaho, it is 12:58. It's almost 1 o'clock. What are they going to go ahead? We've taken this great big lunch or / break. So let's just go ahead and just call it a day. That's what they're going to do, I bet. Badger says they're going to be done for the day. We're fixing to find out, y'all. Put a 1 in the comments if you think they're going to come back and say, that's it for the day, folks. Put a 1 in there. If you think they're going to give about 30 more minutes of testimony, at least another witness, put a 2 in there. 1 for they're done. 2, there's going to be a follow-up witness for 30 minutes. Everybody's saying 1. Everybody's saying 1. Everyone thinks it's going to be done. CIM's holding out hope with a number 2 there. Some of y'all are saying number 2. Y'all, they've got 30 more minutes. If they're not going to have 2 more hours added to the end of that, and they're quitting at 1:30, but then again, they also said they were going to work till 1:30, no lunch, and look at them taking this huge-ass break. Jet Set U says 2. Laura says 2. Alley Cat says 2. I'm holding out hope. That's what I'm going to go with. They're going to bring someone else in. But I think all the people on here that thinks it's over and done for the week, just remember this. We've got the audio coming out later this evening, if in fact this happens. Also, the Rays on here know we're going to get together tomorrow evening, be looking for the Ray Room chat announcement. We're going to go and go into the Ray Room. We're going to chew on some things, talk to each other about stuff. I'm still waiting for a confirmation of either another witness or they're done for the day. One or the other. GMA Debbie says a 2. They think some of y'all think there's going to be another witness. 1 and done, says Zelda. Nedra Clark says Lee Daybell. Are you reading something that I ain't saying? Bring on Garth Daybell, says Just Samantha. Bella Italia says this judge is piddling around. Can I get a witness? Says Marvin. Oh, damn. There are no further witnesses for today. Court is dismissed until Monday at 8:30 a.m. where we can all get back together on Monday. Rays, remember Saturday night. Remember to get to the audio. We're going to hear Tammy Daybell's voice, y'all. There's a lot of disappointing things, y'all, that OKJ's having to deal with here on this. Specifically, this change of cause of death and all this. No specificity whatsoever. I don't know if the state wants the jurors to take whatever they were talking about on this and put it together themselves. Also remember that Nate Eaton will have his courtroom insider tonight at 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time, and he has it also on his Facebook. I love you all. I hope you all have a great weekend. Rays, we're going to go to the Ray Room chat on Saturday evening. Be looking for the announcement. I love you, folks. Thank y'all for being here with OKJ and putting up with me. You hear me? I love you. Keep on looking.